Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, gathered here in Świnoujście, all you who follow the proceeding of our conference online, dear guests, friends from Ukraine, Poland, and many other countries and communities. We've just played a very special piece of music, a very special because historical. 1911, 2022. The Red Kalina was created so many years ago. It's a traditional national song telling a story about the struggle against an aggressor. Today, this song plays a particular role. Historically, it was associated badly in Poland. It was associated with Ukrainian nationalism. It was a mistake. When it was created, this song told the story about the struggle against the Russian aggressor. It had its long history, now renewed. It has become a symbol of Ukraine in the world. Ukraine so close to all of us, not only in Poland. Pink Floyd produced music and together with a Ukrainian singer performed the song. We started our conference with the song to mark this very special time. This is the third decade of the 21st century. Our generation was convinced that we're going to live our lives without war, in peace, without war that brought so many tragedies. 1939, 1945, and our generation lived in peace, and on the 24th of February, this world was dramatically destroyed. Our friends from Ukraine are involved in the dramatic battle, and we live through it together with you. Our friend, a representative of our chamber, said something special about it when she collected a reward of money.pl for Polish entrepreneurs. Polish entrepreneurs who supported Ukrainian economy, they act, they operate, and whenever it's possible, they deliver and supply. And Ania Smaltowicz, while expressing her gratitude on behalf of Polish entrepreneurs, said, "We'd like to thank the Polish nation that you feel our pain as if it was yours." And this is what we actually feel, we encounter. We feel whatever you feel every day. Thank you very much, and I'm very glad that in this very special, dramatic time, we could meet here in Świnoujście. Today, the Swiss Davos starts its proceeding. President Zelensky will have his speech there, and here in Świnoujście we discuss issues related to our friends, to Ukraine, within our opportunities and possibilities in order to contribute to this struggle today and to the rebuilding of the country tomorrow. Everyone would like to contribute to the rebuilding of Ukraine, but in order to rebuild it for real, you need to do it together with Ukrainian entrepreneurs. The Ukrainian business goes through a very difficult moment. The support for Ukrainian entrepreneurs and Ukrainian businesses is our particular task. Ukrainians, together with the rest of the world, need to take the responsibility for the rebuilding of their country. And we would like to develop partnerships between business people. We would like every Polish business person to cooperate with Ukrainian colleagues to help them, and tomorrow they will be able to contribute to the rebuilding of the country. The 14th Baltic Business Forum is a meeting focusing on the cooperation within the region of the Baltic Sea, Adriatic Sea, and the Black Sea. Today, we focus on Ukraine. That's why the 3 days will focus on Ukraine. We have distinguished guests, our friends from Ukraine, and let me welcome them first. I'd like to welcome the former Prime Minister of Ukraine, President of the Association of Entrepreneurs, Anatoly Yakinov. I'd like to welcome the chairman of the president of the Chamber of Entrepreneurs, Leonid Kozachenko, the former Prime Minister. Let me welcome Roman Wasiuk, the business ombudsman, Ukraine. A very humble person hidden in the back of the conference room. Let me welcome the counselor to the Ukrainian embassy to Poland, with which we have cooperated for many years now. Welcome in Świnoujście. I'd like to welcome all our Ukrainian friends, Ukrainian business people, local government representatives, mayors of Ukrainian cities. We'd like to foster partnerships between Polish and Ukrainian local governments and to support enterprise there. Let me welcome the mayor of the city, which is symbolic for Ukraine and for the Ukrainian will to fight the damage suffered, a symbol of Russian aggression. Let me welcome Irpin, Alexander Markushin. It is the first city on the path of the Russian aggression, the first one which fought back. Their action was fantastic. They enabled to evacuate 95,000 of 100,000 citizens. That's why they did not suffer that much, but they fought, they stopped the aggressor there. It was the last town before Kiev. Dear friends from Poland, do we have Marek Belka with us? If not, he will join us, the former Prime Minister of Poland, the member of the European Parliament, and he's going to be with us during the 3 days of the forum. I'd like to welcome regional authorities. Without the tremendous support of the city council, without the support of the management of the region, we wouldn't be able to have the forum. Let me welcome Olgierd Geblewicz, the Marshal of the West Pomerania province. Let me welcome member of the regional board, Stanisław Wsiątek. And as every year, when I in Świnoujście let me welcome the mayor of Świnoujście, Janusz Żmurkiewicz. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us a representative of a more distant country, a member of the council of our chamber, honorary council, Artur Niziuk, Kazakhstan. He managed to join us on time. Thank you very much. The president of board of the Organization of Polish Employees, Mr. Waniak. I'm sorry, I will not be able to mention everyone by name, but I'd like to welcome you cordially in Świnoujście. For the first time, the Baltic Business Forum has been co-organized together with a Ukrainian organization, and that's why I'd like to give the floor to our partner, to the organization of the forum, President of the Ukrainian Association of Entrepreneurs, Employers and Employers, Anatoly. Please take the floor. Together with Anatoly, we decided to organize our events like the Baltic Business Forum and the Freight Intermodal Transport Forum together with the Ukrainian Association. Anatoly, please proceed to the front. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to emphasize that today, during our forum, all issues that we are going to discuss will be very important, not only in terms of economic development, but also civilization development. On behalf of the Ukrainian delegation, I'd like to highlight that the world should understand Russia fights against, not only against Ukraine and Ukrainian military, Russia fights with the entire Ukrainian nation and the developed world. And as history proves, you cannot conquer a nation. We are convinced that we will win. And the truth is on our side. It is important for us that we fight for the territorial integrity. We fight for the right of the Ukrainian nation to decide about their future. And we would like to be an undetachable part of the civilized world. Future Ukraine should be a competitive country in the world. Undoubtedly, we've been working with our international partners, including Poland, the United States, and Baltic states. And we need to remember that at the end of the day, it is very important for Ukraine to learn the lesson. And this effort, our effort, will be particularly important for our future. Concluding my intervention, I'd like to emphasize that I am very grateful to the organizers that today, in the conditions of the war, a large-scale war waged against Ukraine, a very important thing is to regenerate Ukraine. This should follow contemporary European standards. The rule of law, freedom of speech, defense of human rights, and this is the foundation of our strategic plan. We need to combine our will, our trust, and respect and synergies. And we are convinced that the world will be better and we will ultimately win. I'd like to welcome all attendees of the forum. And once again, let me emphasize that it is particularly important for the entire civilized world. We are from Ukraine and do have a nice day. And now let me give the floor to the Marshal, the host of the region. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I am particularly glad to welcome all of you during the 14th forum. It's a business meeting in Świnoujście. I'd like to welcome everyone connected online thanks to technical capabilities that we have. I remember when 14 years the idea started to build a business dialogue venue here in Świnoujście. The concept developed by Mr. Piechota and accepted by the authorities of the city and region was to turn Świnoujście as a venue for the debate between West and East, as well as North and South. We're in a city which is a window to the world, for Poland and for Europe alike. We'd like to continue this tradition, but let us honestly say, after the 24th of February, the world will never be the same, and we are fully aware of that. We're 90 days into the conflict, and we are aware of that. And we are prepared to openly discuss, not only discuss our own safety and security, because initially the entire world and Europe, while looking at the Ukrainian drama, thought about safety. And as a first impulse, everyone thought about their own safety and security, including digital safety, life safety, and food safety. But now we sincerely believe that Ukraine will win, and we will do our best to make it happen as soon as possible. But we reached a place in which we are aware that Putin's goal is not only to destroy Ukraine at the military level, but also at the economic level. And I hope that Świnoujście can be a very good venue for our discussion, how to strengthen the Ukrainian economy through better links, the use of our infrastructure, for instance, the blockage of Black Sea ports is a serious problem for the Ukrainian economy, and we need to do our best to use our port infrastructure in Świnoujście to promote Ukrainian exports. And I'm very glad that we are here to discuss the rebuilding of the country, its economy of a strong democratic European state. And regardless business contacts, our role is very important, the role of local and regional governments, because the Polish success is Poland in Europe and based on local governments. We are aware of that. We have many contacts with our Ukrainian counterparts, and also there we need to expedite the process. We need to promote this bottom-up regeneration process, and we are very glad that we have local government activists on board. I'm very glad that we can meet today. I'd like to wish all attendees fantastic conclusions and interesting debates. And I hope that the 15th forum will be here to discuss the regeneration and rebuilding of Ukraine after winning the war. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we already have an agenda for the 15th forum. Now I would like to give the floor to the person who made it all possible 14 years ago in Świnoujście. The then mayor, Janusz Łyrkiewicz, took us in and made it possible. Janusz, the credit goes to you. Thank you very much. And the floor is yours. The mayor of Świnoujście. Ladies and gentlemen, before I say a few words about this place, I would like to advertise Świnoujście to you a bit. I have always been doing this, and I will keep doing that. I was introduced here by Mr. Piechota, the former Minister of Economy and the organizer of this event. I would like to say hello to our friends and colleagues who today, just a few hours ago, made it up here to Świnoujście on invitation from us. They came from Ukraine, from Truskawiec. I would like to say hello to the mayor of Truskawiec and his delegation. Maybe this will be a revelation of a secret, but during this forum we are about to sign a cooperation agreement. We spoke about this a few years ago. It did take a long time to make it happen. Then the war broke out, but this time we decided that this is the right time for us to sign this agreement, because we broke a contract with a city lying in Russia. We decided that cooperation with that partner is impossible today. That's why, to my great joy, I will sign this agreement with my colleague. We will be supporting them and we will be cooperating with each other. Truskawiec is a health resort town, like Świnoujście is, so we have a lot in common. And I think that we are going to use this advantage of the city's locations for the benefits of the cities. It is my pleasure for the 14th time to be able to open on behalf of Świnoujście inhabitants. By the way, I'm not participating in elections. No, other people will come to replace me, and who will, I hope, will continue this cooperation. But during the 15th forum, you will still be the mayor. Yes, I will be, unless I'm dismissed. So, again, I'm happy to be able to be here with you today and to say that Świnoujście is a town which is fulfilling its agenda. Recently, I was receiving an award for the city that has invested the most money in Poland per inhabitant, almost 7,000 per inhabitant. When I said that, a few of the inhabitants came to me and said, "Give me that 7,000. No. I said, that's the money we are spending for the tunnel under the Oder River. When you were approaching Świnoujście, you must have seen a big construction site on the other side of the Świno River. I've been talking about the tunnel under the river for 14 years, and now I can tell you the exact date when this will be finished. It's exactly 1 year from now. There's more. There's an expressway under construction. The railways are modernizing their rails. The Seaport Authority is expanding its facilities. The LNG terminal is expanding too. So a lot of investments are happening. A lot are ahead of us, like the container port, the bulk port, external on the sea. A lot of such things and a lot of economic things that have been discussed here in this particular forum. I remember that in one of the previous editions of the forum, I met the CEO of GLMAG, who came here to talk to us about the construction of the tunnel. At that time, we talk in obscure terms that we do want to do this sometime in the future. Now we are talking about the finishing date for the construction. These are the topics we've been discussing here. I wish you a pleasant stay. This is a sunny day. I suggest that you use the opportunities offered by our town after the session today. We are doing a lot of things, but none of this would be possible without support. So I'd like to stress that we are seizing all opportunities to obtain external funds. It's the easiest to buy things or build things with your own money, but I prefer to do this with external money. The Marshal, Olgierd Geblewicz, is one of the sources of funds for us. He's a friend of our city. He has been giving a lot of assistance to us, and for this, thank you, sir. I wish you all a pleasant stay in Świnoujście. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, I would like to read out a statement to the participants from the Secretary of State of the Minister of the area and administration, Paweł Szeferneker. Thank you for inviting me to the Baltic Business Forum. Unfortunately, because of my previous professional contributions, I'm unable to participate. Let me shorten this statement a little bit. Moving on now. An element of this solidarity is to support the European aspirations of Ukraine. The membership in the EU and economic cooperation are the strategic objectives of our neighbor. I'm happy that this conference will outline the strategy for partnership with Ukrainian enterprises and will clarify the objectives for the economic development after the war that will hopefully finish soon. With expressions of respect, Paweł Szeferneker. Thank you very much for the fact that we have been able to open this forum together. Now, it's time to get down to business. Professor Hausner had a saying at 1 a.m. when he ended meetings with me. He always said to me, Piechota, get down to business now. So, please get down to business. Let's finish the official introduction and let us start the first panel to be moderated by Dariusz Szymczycha, the Vice President of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce. Thank you. We are on the time. It's 14:32. And now I would like to ask Igor Berezecki to join me here on this stage. Dr. habilitowany Marek Grela, former ambassador of Poland to the EU, who was responsible for introducing Poland to Ukraine. Burek Polivan, a friend of ours, who is the CEO of the International Association of Turkish and Ukrainian Business and the author of Great Assistance Campaign for Ukraine. He is with us here for the 5th time. Online with us is Ms. Anna Julczenka, the Deputy Minister for Infrastructure in Ukraine, responsible for the matters of EU integration. Let me now take my seat and clarify to you the subject of the panel. The topic is the BABS region, the Adriatic, the Baltic Sea, the Black Sea after Russia's aggression against Ukraine, geopolitics and economy. Things have changed. I liked the topic of this panel until the last edition of the Znak magazine presented an interview with a former CEO of studies in Stockholm, foreign studies in Stockholm, Mr. Rotfeld, who criticized the word geopolitics in the context of Ukraine. I would like to quote this, not as self-criticism, but as contribution to our conversation here. Professor Daniel Rotfeld said that this war is about values. Meanwhile, comments in today's press are dominated by geopolitical thinking, whatever that means. In my opinion, that means nothing. Further on, Professor Rotfeld explained geopolitics, as the first part of this concept says, is related to geography. Formerly, geographic factors such as the fact that countries were separated by natural borders meant more in the past than they do now. The essence of the war of Russia against Ukraine is not in geography, but in values describing a certain way we understand the meaning of life and the fundamental norms. Here, Professor Rotfeld made a reference to the Decalogue of the Helsinki of 1965 that reminded us of the rule of not using force, of sovereignty, of territorial integrity of states, of the principle for peaceful resolution of disputes. He underlined that what is happening now is against all those rules adopted together. I am quoting these words because I like Professor Daniel Rotfeld very much, and I respect him a lot. So the first question goes to Ambassador Marek Grela, who had an opportunity to work together with Professor Rotfeld for years. Now, looking at the current situation in the BABS region and in Ukraine, do we see the end of globalization here? Do we see perhaps the return to the bipolar world? Can we say that there is a renaissance now happening of regional cooperation? Which of these, sir? Well, you have asked a number of questions. Let me then start with what Professor Rotfeld said. It came to my mind that next year it will have been 50 years that I've known Mr. Rotfeld. More to that, I've been with him. I was with him together while signing the finishing deed at the Helsinki Pact. I was 27 years old, and I think I was the youngest participant of that conference. I would like to state that Rotfeld is right. The act that was normalizing or that was heralding the beginning of the end of the Cold War was still going on in 1970s, but the act, the deed, accepted certain rules that reflected values. Of course, that document was a compromise to an extent, but it launched huge changes in Eastern and Central Europe and in Russia too. Gorbachev's Russia would not have been there without the new rules and the mutual approaches between the West and the East. He said that it's about values, and I have to stress that geopolitics is still important. Now, what is at stake for Russia? It is to bring Ukraine to the level of a state, even if sovereign, still one that is limited, reduced, and deprived of its historical position through limited access to the Black Sea, for example. So geopolitics is important. We cannot underestimate this, but still the bloody fighting that is happening in Ukraine now is about maintaining the structure of Ukraine also in geographical terms. Values, yes, but it's a fight about what is there and a fight for respect for international law. Putin has broken all the rules signed by Russia before. He first broke the Budapest Agreement. He has said it many times. No, it's been said many times that the giving up by Ukraine of nuclear weapons was a guarantee of Ukraine's sovereignty. Putin says that no way, nothing was signed like that, but it was actually signed. I was present in the room when Brezhnev was signing an act in the Helsinki, and today he is also breaking those basic elements that led to the evolution of situation in Russia. We can say that Russia is now fitting itself within the old frames. It is being transformed into dictatorship. There was a huge hope in Europe, in the West, that Russia was changing. Even after Putin came, following Yeltsin, everyone was hopeful. Now it turns out that the mentality, that the argumentation and the longing for the empire are all lingering on in Russia. So actually this fighting is about the future of Russia, its place in Russia and the respect it has in the world, but also it's about the breaking down of Putin's chances to recover the empire that will not only dominate over its neighbors, but also over the whole of Europe. But now, coming back to my city, I once I would like to once again resolve, if it is possible, the question whether the war that we are seeing now, this tragedy, is the beginning of a new world order, a new dimension of globalization. We have got accustomed to the optimistic view that globalization is only about collaboration and the diminishing of any military and other differences. Is there a new globalization setting in? Well, this will certainly impact what we have so far seen as globalization. But at the same time, what is happening is the cementation of certain areas in the West, in Europe. For a few weeks now, Europe is a much wider concept than the EU is. The NATO is different. The Americans' role is different now. America used to think that China would be the biggest problem. What turns out is that China is now being set aside a little bit. The main problem is to stop Russia from going blindly forward. That brings inconceivable consequences. I think there's no chance for a bipolar world to come back between the West and the East. The world is much more diversified today. Even if many countries are not being involved, like big countries or even continents are not being engaged in the European conflict, still they are standing on the right side. A resolution against Russia was only rejected by 4 or 5 states on the UN forum. This speaks volumes about the fact that Putin's concept has become a caricature of Russia, that he only found allies among such countries as Eritrea, Syria, Belarus, and 2 more marginal states. Even Latin America states with huge Russian influences, such as Cuba or Nicaragua, have abstained because the world is at a different place today than Russia thinks it is. What is worrying me, however, is that it's not only Russia, it's also Russians who are thinking that way. Russians have not learned what the world is at the moment. They are still thinking about myths. They are still stuck to a certain sense of grievance. And they misunderstand the entire situation. Now, what they are doing is leading to self-imposed isolation. Maybe they thought that they might come back to the Ukraine of the USSR, or they might come back to the Central Europe of the USSR times. His concept to drive the NATO away from outside the NATO borders before 1997 is completely unfounded today. He wanted to drive the NATO back, and now what happens is that there are 8 NATO bases along the eastern border. Over 40,000 soldiers and more are required. I'm talking about NATO bases, not NATO member state bases. So we have now neutral countries which are identifying themselves as part of the EU defensive policy. I'm talking about how close Europe is today with the US. The neutral countries I was referring to are Sweden, Finland, which are joining the NATO. Ireland, take Ireland. The Prime Minister of Ireland, Taoiseach, is now coming to Ukraine to declare, on the scale, of course, of Irish possibilities, to offer military assistance. Switzerland has joined in to help with money. The money is to reinforce the external EU borders, which should be understood as a barrier against the aggressive policy of Russia. Among us is Burak Ivan, again. As I told you before, he is the CEO of the International Association of Turkish and Ukrainian Business, a very strong and representative organization for Turkish business in Ukraine. He is a friend of Baltic Business Forum and of the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce. I would like to ask you, sir, about your view on the situation in Ukraine and this aggression from the perspective of Turkey. But before I give you the floor, I would like to quote a fragment of an article that was published on the 3rd of March on e-Dialogue, which is a Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce portal. Victoria Chirva, our Ukrainian colleague, wrote from near Kiev. Despite the war, Ukraine is still alive and is even joking that all boys born during the war will be called Bayraktar as a tribute to the drone that is fighting Russians, and girls will be called Javelin as a tribute to the anti-tank weapon from America. Burek, I know you're a businessman. In Poland, we could say that you are an economic activist or a representative of an economic self-government. I know that you are not a politician, but Turkey's position in this war is particular and exceptional because we can see that Turkey is offering huge humanitarian help. Also, you and your organization are joining this help. We are also seeing initiatives leading to peace, even partial attempts that are undertaken by your country. What is the reason for Turkey's involvement in this conflict, in this war?
Thank you very much, Narush. It was great. It is a very big pleasure for me to be again at Baltic Business Forum in this great Baltic city in Świnoujście. One gets older, one understands the importance of collecting good people and nice memories in the life. And Baltic Business Forum is an excellent platform to have both. Even before the war, when we had forecasted the negative consequences of the potential war, unfortunately, we were right in that concept. I remember that such a war will bring problems, first of all, of course, Ukraine, aggressor country, Russia, and after them, big problems will appear in Eastern European countries, in Turkey, and especially in low-income countries. Because the largest wheat producer in the world attacked the fifth largest wheat producer in the world, unjustified and unprovoked. And before we came this war, 24th of February, we had 2 years period of coronavirus. So government used their weapons, their guns, I mean economical guns, to solve these problems. There was a big monetary expansion. There was interruptions of supply chains in the world. So there was even in that time inflationary pressure. Over the recent 23 months before the started war, the energy prices in the world decreased 444%, fertilizer 224%, and food index increased 84%. So we were in that situation. And at the end of that, starting that war, it will bring problems for export problems. It will be make the problems with the supply chains and production problems. So the biggest impact for that, of course, will be first neighbor countries, and all over the world, 7.58 billion people will get these problems, but especially in the low-income countries and low-income people all over the world, because that people at that countries use largest part of their, when we comparing with the developed countries, the largest part of their income for foods. And unfortunately, as I mentioned, we were right. And what we got now? In Ukraine, as a businessman who works still on the field, I can share my experience and I can share the full part of the glass and the empty part of the glass. Thanks to capability of the Ukrainian governments and thanks to all world became together at unity and help Ukraine, we didn't have any banking crisis in the country. Even since the starting of the war, the banking system works without any problem. There is no shortage of many products in the country. There is order in the country. And still many businesses function as normal. But if we look the empty part of the glasses, according to the International Labour Organization, 4.8 million people lost their works. And if war continues, it can be reached 7 million people. The unemployment reached 50% almost. And there is a big problem of blockage of Ukrainian ports. As a negative consequence of the war, already World Trade Organization decreased its growth forecast for the world 1.3%, and according to them 3.2% this year will grow. World Bank decreased 0.5%, according to them it's 3.4%, and as a World Bank, per World Bank, the additional inflationary we will see is 2.6% averagely in the world. So we should understand there is an ongoing war in Ukraine that Ukraine are fighting heroically, and all the world admires how Ukrainians defend their country, their territory and their lands. But at the parallel, there is an economic war, first in Ukraine and second in the world. And we should that understand, I am sure that Ukraine doesn't lose and won't lose the war, but Ukraine shouldn't lose, or world shouldn't lose this economic war too, as well. So we should concentrate now to minimize and facilitate the bad and negative consequences of this economic war. In Ukrainian case, I am a Turkish businessman. A businessman still lives in Ukraine. I thank you all the help and unity that words showed Ukrainians. What we should understand, till now, the additional money which came to Ukrainian budgets is only 12 billion US dollars. And 6.5 billion US dollars is from the Ukrainian sources, and 5.5 billion US dollars from internationals, financial institutions or donor countries. And only 36% of that money, of that aid, is grants. So other part of the aid is debts or loans. We shouldn't let that Ukraine will fall a debt trap. So we know that already G7, United States, EU, bilateral agreements, and all the other countries committed or already given 100 billion US dollars, financial, military or humanitarian aid. But we should understand that the biggest part of that aid should be grants. And we should concentrate now to rebuilding and reconstruction of Ukraine, not just to have a more prosperous and more economically independent country to have, to give Ukrainians more hope for the future. Because to hope now in the economic front is more important than ever. Second, production. The production in Ukraine is now shifting from the east to west. But you cannot just transport all these heavy industry companies in 1 day, in 2 months, in 3 months from the east or west. So mostly the light industry or small businesses can do it. I have a company which I relocated from Kiev to western part of Ukraine. And I think the initiative of Ukrainian governments to enable that. But is it enough? For many companies, it's not enough. So Ukraine, with the help of these all international aids, should help the companies more in that case. But if you look, the largest problem for the world economy, world order, is the blockade in the Black Sea ports of Ukraine. Before the war, via sea routes, in 2021, Ukraine exported 145 million tons products, sea routes. Now Ukraine only can use three ports in Danube Delta. Reni, Izmail, and Ustunatsky ports. Normal capacity of that ports are per month 500,000 tons. With all the efforts of Ukrainian government and businesses, now we can get maybe 1 million ton per month. Altogether 10-12 million. It is around 8.5% of all export capacity of Ukraine. We can replace, substitute some of the exports through railways and roads. Constanța Black Sea port of Romania, Gdansk port in Poland, Klaipėda in Lithuania, and 3 Lithuanian ports. But even in that case, even that ports in Gdansk 50 million tons around, Klaipėda 50 million tons, the Lithuanian ports, which are suitable because of they lost the transit trade with Russia and Belarus, maybe more suitable. We cannot reach there because of the lack of sufficient infrastructures, railway structures and roads. So we can replace only 20 million tons. So we should understand altogether only we can replace or substitute 15-20% of all Ukrainian export capacity. Now in the silos of Ukraine, in the ports and inside of Ukraine, there are 7 million tons wheat, 40 million tons corns, 3 million tons sunflower oil, 3 million sunflower, altogether 27 million. When considering 7 million for the internal consumption, 20 million capacity we have. First of all, we should export it to facilitate the food crisis in the world. According to the UN food program, now 8 million, 9 million people can die because of the additional die because of this starvation problems. So we should help these people through these ports. Second, we should export all these products, not just to solve the problem now, to have not a problem next year. Because now, although there is a war in Ukraine, Ukraine can produce 60-70% of this capacity of agriculture products, wheat, corns, and etc. So in wheat, for example, 33 million ton we have that year wheat. Maybe this year 22 million. But if we cannot make this storage empty, Ukrainian agriculturists, villagers cannot solve their products. They cannot collect their products because they cannot storage these products. So the biggest challenge in front of us, the unblockade of Ukrainian ports. So all the world should do everything and to solve these problems and unblockade these ports. We should, as you mentioned, Turkey became a facilitator to reach at the first maybe weeks of that cruel war, which started Russian Federation without any provocation. And again, maybe all worlds should gather and to try to make a facilitation process to unblockade these ports, because that is first for Ukraine is important, but for all of the world too. We should understand that the world is not the same before 24th of February and now. Definitely, the European security structure or architecture will change. The world order will change. Many countries will face to choose its sides, maybe not today, but in the near future, middle future. So we should come together to unblockade these ports and give Ukrainians export their products, and for needed people, especially in low-income companies, to get these products. For logistics issues, I really want to thank you, my dear friend Dariush, you, Baltic Business Forum, Minister Piohet and all your team. Even I first time joined you in 2016, you promoted always these 3C initiatives. You promoted always to connect Black Sea, Adriatic Sea, and Baltic Sea together. You always promoted that we should invest in the infrastructure, railway infrastructure, road infrastructure between Ukraine, Poland, Eastern European countries, Southern Eastern European countries, and Turkey to connect all together. And now we understand that vision more. Now we can do it. But we don't have such a time. And that investments will be now more and more expensive. So we should parallel do it. To facilitate for future crises, I don't hope such will the future crisis, but we should Ukraine connect through Poland all these Baltic ports. And logistics issue, I would like to ask our Polish friends to give more opportunities to fly Polish airlines and Turkish airlines between Poland and Turkey. Polish economy is more than 2.5, 3 times than Ukraine economy before the war. Between Turkey and Ukraine, there used to be weekly 200 regular flights between 6 different cities of Ukraine and 3 different cities of Turkey. I mean only regular flights. Per day, almost 30 flights. Still, we have only flights between Warsaw and Istanbul only. And even we don't have 2 flights per day. Blot and Turkish Airlines only flight 12 times a week. Almost 20 times when we compare Turkey and Ukraine. Now Ukrainians, businessmen from the south part of the world, from the east part of the world, from Turkey, everywhere, because Istanbul airport is a very strong hub. It is really very difficult to come Ukraine and to go out from Ukraine. So we need new airports. We have airports, we have great airports, Polish airports, but we need new flights in Rzeszów, in Krakow, between Istanbul, and maybe even increase the flights frequency between Warsaw and Istanbul. It will help many. In 2014, when Russian Federation invaded and annexed Crimea, I remember Turkish Airlines started the flights between Kherson, it's the southern city of Ukraine. The first international flights it was Istanbul. It changed really Kherson. 300,000 people every time flights between Istanbul and other cities because other airlines started to fly too. So I really hope that we will see more flights between Turkey and Poland, and especially Eastern Poland and Turkey, to facilitate till Ukrainian airports we can use. I am sure Ukraine will win this war. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Burak. You raised a couple of issues, very aptly balancing between politics and economics. My congratulations. I can promise you that we will discuss more frequent flights between our country and Turkey. It's a fully justified expectation. We have Rafał Baniak, a head of a very large organization of Polish employers, and we hope to be supported by the organization, and we will talk to airports and airlines interested in developing such services. It's a very good initiative. When I listened to you, I thought that on the 3rd of December last year, an agreement was signed on free trade. Free trade agreement was signed between Turkey and Ukraine, which was to improve business conditions between your countries. And 21 days have passed to spoil that effort. Turkey and Poland are competitors, because if we analyze trade partners of Ukraine before the war, Igor Baranecki can confirm that. China is number one, number second, Poland, and shortly before the war, Russia was somewhere around third position, but Turkey pressed very hard, and for certain Russia will be out of the ranking. So the first three trade partners will also include Turkey. So it's a very nice combination. Of course, we need to develop infrastructure. We are also a victim of underdevelopment of transportation infrastructure. At the beginning of our panel, we had a link with Anna Yurchenko, but this connection failed, and it's not possible to restore it. It's the result of the shortage of infrastructure. You cannot explain everything by the war. Let me address this question to the counselor of the Ukrainian embassy to Poland, confirming the words that Burak has said. Ukraine has excellent diplomacy, and the Ukrainian embassy in Warsaw was in the forefront of diplomatic posts that Ukraine had regarding the economic diplomacy and its efficiency in the internal ranking of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I can easily send all questions to all Ukrainian departments to Igor. Something that Burak has said, problems with the export of Ukrainian grain, meeting food demand all over the world, show the lack of efficient regional cooperation, shortage of intermodal links between Poland and Ukraine, including rail and road. It seems that we could do more before, we could have done more before the war, and this dramatic situation mobilized both Poland and Ukraine to develop transport infrastructure. Thank you very much. I'm taking this opportunity to convey congratulations of the Ukrainian ambassador. I can hardly imagine any other person to be a representative of Ukrainian interests. And of course, the embassy is a hub or a transit hub, and everything. On the one hand, we mobilize VIPs, and of course we discuss Ukrainian export, and transportation of fuel and weaponry to Ukraine. All these pillars try to be the most important. Some people try to claim that weaponry is the most important. Others say that fuel is number one. And we approach the agricultural period, so any aid is particularly important. I had the pleasure to participate in BBF for the third time, and I'd like to thank representatives of the city and the region to host us once again. We're writing our history together, and it's important that after some time we will not just have an abstract idea that Ukraine win the war, something that started in 2014 or 2008 or 2004. For Ukraine, it's a historical choice, and it has been like that for more than 400 years, with the only difference that this time we're going to win. And this is not something that we just expect. We are convinced, we are certain. So thank you very much for your support. In our common history, there has never been so close and efficient cooperation between Ukraine and Poland. At every level, there is no sector in Poland which is not involved in helping Ukraine and Ukrainian citizens. Just yesterday, we had a visit of President Duda. I'd like to thank for this personal involvement of the President as well as the government and the Parliament. Equally important, or perhaps the most important, is the involvement of business and society. And I'd like to highlight that you're not helping victims of war, you're helping heroes, winners. It's an excellent example that we have the mayor of Irpin. Irpin is not a victim. It's the winner, and we have already started discussing the rebuilding of Ukraine, and next year I hope we will discuss rebuilding only. And just as Americans used to say, cash is the king. At our border, we can say that logistics is the king. And this is the major shortage that we encounter. Of course, we could do much more before the war. There are still some barriers. But this border between Poland and Ukraine is the most important border for us. But we move towards the desired direction. And we have export towards Poland. And I'd like to highlight that we're not competitors. The Ukrainian market is not sufficiently large for Poland, just as the Polish market is not sufficient for Ukraine. So we can compete for markets of third countries. Of course, the supply chains include rail transportation. 80% of transportation between Ukraine and Poland was road transport. Poland has a very large fleet of trucks, and on our side it has always been rail, and that's why this is what we try to combine at the border by developing intermodal hubs. As I sometimes, Minister Adamczyk jokes that on our side there is an imperial rail, and on Polish side they have this regular European rail. But we can always try and find some solutions. And every day and every week we'll be able to use the NHS track to Sławków and Poland. And of course we discuss the possibility of using Ukrainian railway cars also in Poland, because there's a shortage of railway cars all over Europe. We can always find an agreement. We can start developing such routes where there will be no problem with the width of the track. At some train stations it's not possible for wider Ukrainian railway cars to pass. But we have already matched producers with logistics companies, suppliers and customers. And one more important thing, of course, we do our best to unblock Black Sea ports, just as Burak has said. Before the war, roughly 5 million tons were exported through our ports, and with rail, trucks, perhaps we can reach 1.5 million. And as a diplomat, let me say that we need more action, more advanced weapon, not words. And then we are able to regain a corridor through the Black Sea in order to restore trade there and to guarantee that the operation of our Black Sea ports will be restored. And even after we unblock our ports, that doesn't mean that we will restore the cooperation with Poland and other countries that quickly. This is going to be a new reality. We have started writing new history, and this free trade agreement with Turkey is there to seize the day. And Poland and Ukraine are going to be transit countries facilitating trade with Turkey and combine the Middle East, North Africa with Europe, as well as the Baltic Sea with the Black Sea. Previously we discussed trade with Americans and Chinese, and why should we invest? We have Russia, we have the Silk route, which is cheaper and faster. But it's really worth to be protected. It's worth to invest. And then I said, what if something happens with Russia? And my Chinese partners used to say, no, nothing will happen. And now we see the new situation. Now they are more willing to invest in the infrastructure, and the infrastructure is going to be used by Ukrainians to promote trade. Of course, we also count on the Polish business. On our side, we've been trying to promote Polish business for a couple of years, When you just ask a passerby in Ukraine about the largest trade partner, they would probably say maybe Germany, maybe Great Britain or France. They not always say that Poland is the largest trade partner. And after the survey of 2021, we exceeded the threshold of 10 billion, and according to Polish statistics, it's already 12 billion. And it's just the beginning, and during the first 4 months, including Ukrainian statistics, including March this year, and Poland is definitely in the forefront as the largest export market for Ukraine. I'm sorry to interrupt. You've said the unofficial statistics for the first 3 months. In the first quarter, Polish export to Ukraine was 1.54 billion American dollars, minus 3.5% year to year, and import was $390 million, an increase of 46%. But the third month is the most interesting. Polish business should listen carefully. The Polish export dropped by 46% and was 360 million zlotys, and imports increased by 42% and was 519 million American dollars. So there is a positive balance on this Ukrainian side, despite the war. Of course, we count on Polish business, and I'm convinced that Polish businesses will be very much involved in the reconstruction, especially in logistics, general construction, civil engineering, and infrastructure, and you can start designing the first comes, first served. And the fact that the Polish ambassador to Ukraine, Mr. Cichocki, stayed in Kiev throughout this time, he took the risk, and he negotiated a better position for Polish business, a large chunk of the market. We really appreciate Polish support. Everything can be compared. And of course, the war is atrocious. It's something horrific. And I have a calendar at my wall, and I updated the number of Russian tanks or helicopters destroyed, but I also update the number of Ukrainian children murdered by Russian murderers. The politics that we've mentioned, the further we move from our common border, the assessment of the war changes. The same applies to casualties. It can be that the price of life and freedom is compared with the increase of fuel prices. These things you cannot compare. And with the aid of true partners, and now the situation is black and white, you can clearly see who is the true partner for Ukraine. And considering the scale, perhaps the United States provide major funding and weaponry. Perhaps considering GDP, the share in the GDP of Estonia might be a bit higher than the same index for Poland. But I'm convinced that Poland is in the forefront of true friends of Ukraine. And can hardly imagine that we can succeed without Poland, and the success of Ukraine is not only expected, it is guaranteed. Thank you very much for your support once again.
Ciepłe, dobre słowa. Ja chciałem powiedzieć, że nasza Izba też cały czas jest w Ukrainie. Są z nami koleżanki.
Thank you for these words. I can tell you that our chamber is also in cooperation. Despite the war, we have a representative office in Sumy, Dniprov, Kharkiv, Odessa. We are sending humanitarian aid there. So our chamber has not left Ukraine. Wherever we can, we are working there thanks to our Ukrainian partners. We want to be still with you, but I wouldn't be myself if I didn't ask this question. I remember last year, the 10th of December, you and I went to a conference which was led by Professor Marek Belka about the balance in the economic or commercial agreement between the EU and Ukraine, and we talked about various transport challenges. There was a conflict between our administrations there concerning the number of transport consents. So now I understand that this has been forgotten, that this controversy is not there anymore. Well, I have to tell you that not quite, not fully, but what is important is that after every request, we do receive support from Poland. And in this situation, we have agreed with the Polish government, using the help of Andrzej Adamczyk, the Minister of Infrastructure, and we have been given the opportunity for humanitarian aid trucks to travel without transport consent for international road transport. That's one thing. Another thing is that now, under these circumstances, we really need fuel. And, of course, we are negotiating not only with Poland, but with all partners to be guaranteed not only the volume, but also the logistics and some compensation for Poland, because it cannot be that way that Poland sells fuel or gives fuel to Ukraine and a pressure is imposed on the market. That's why we are talking to our partners in Europe, but also in the United States and other countries, so that fuel supplies to Poland could be increased, so that fuel is replaced on a daily basis. Now, coming back to the road transport consents or permits, the second part is that we and Poland have agreed on the fact that these trucks for transporting fuel and gas should also be exempted from the requirements to have these permits. This is a true assistance to Ukraine. Now I'm approaching the most important thing. We have already started negotiations with the EU and the most important partners in Europe about the liberalization of international truck transportation. First of all, the thing is that perhaps the transportation cannot be liberalized to the extent of 100% right away, but perhaps we will be given a green light for transit shipments. because Poland, for Ukraine, is the most important hub or a gateway to the EU, and Ukrainian transport transits to 15 or even sometimes 20 other EU member states. That's what we need, more such permits than what Poland needs. For these reasons, we are now building new supply chains, new logistics, and here I'm convinced that both Poland's logistics companies and forwarders will also be winners in this situation, because this market is big enough for everyone. I had to ask this question because we have been unable to take this topic off our agenda, mutual agenda. I have to tell you now that the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce on the 12th of March, as the first institution, sent to the government information about its expectation to stop truck transportation to Russia and Belarus. We were the first ones. We were joined by social volunteers on the border, and thanks to this transportation has been reduced largely, although there's still some work to be done there. Yes, a permit is enough until September. We have extended our martial law until the 23rd of August, so we believe that we hope that after the 23rd of April, after the celebration of Ukraine's recovered sovereignty, we will be celebrating a victory in the war. And until that time, we might be given the green light for the liberalization of such transportation within the EU. This is just one direction in which we are going, the EU. And of course, we are counting on the appropriate decision from the EU and all the EU member states in June. We are counting on Ukraine being officially a candidate country for EU membership. I want to underline that we have been able to overcome so many barriers. Even in January this year, almost 90% of various bureaucratic barriers looked as if they might still be there for a number of years to come. And now, what we have is actually very effective cooperation on all levels, governmental levels on both sides of the border. Life shows that if something is really necessary, important, needed, then it is possible to strike a deal, start instruments and launch the state bureaucracy. I'm sure this can be done. The EU is working on a complete removal of customs for Ukraine. Marek Belka, who is probably here with us now, last year during the session of the Commission in the EU, he said that there are discussions now about the removal of customs. I know that in the European Parliament they are already working on liberalization of transportation to meet the expectations and interests of both Ukraine and all of us. As the Minister and Councillor Igor has started talking about the EU, I would like to continue the subject with Mr. Marek Grela. Marek, actually we are friends, so let me call you by your first name. What do you think when you are coming back to the presentation of Chancellor Olaf Scholz in front of the Bundestag, when talking about the geopolitical situation in Ukraine, said this: the President of France, Emmanuel Macron, was right when he said that the accession process for Ukraine is not a matter of a few months or a few years. Mr. Ambassador Marek, what do you think as an experienced Brussels official? I have to tell you that, however unpopular this sounded, I think they're right, because Poland's road to the EU, if you sum up everything, while we started in the last years of the previous system, we were one of the few countries which had branch agreements between our ministries and the EU Commission on trade. We overcome those limitations imposed by the Soviet Union. We started educating people in the matters of West European integration. Early on, Danuta Hübner, Jan Truszczyński, myself, and a large number of other persons. Marek Belka also, who was the only Polish prime minister who knew everything in detail. When he came to Brussels to talk, he didn't need any advisors while, for example, adopting the EU budget. He understood all the individual mechanisms. So the road is long, because this is a very demanding project. What is the problem? Theoretically speaking, you can include Ukraine right away. But what we feared was that in the first year of our membership in the EU, we still had problems. The costs were huge. Entering the EU is a very costly issue. It's a social cost. In Poland, the government collapsed. We spoke of it as a Riven scandal. We talked about this situation as if it was caused by the Riven scandal. But actually, it was a very difficult situation that caused the collapse of the government, because right away we had to close down dozens of big factories in various industries. We had to make people redundant. Why? In order to meet the requirements of competitiveness in the single market. It was said, okay, we are opening up, we are all working under the same terms and conditions. But it just took 2 days to start the trouble. Remember the party called Samoobrona, or self-defense? They stopped trains from West Europe that came into Poland. They stopped them, they robbed them, they threw grains from the train carriages onto the tracks because they were afraid of West European products. Every responsible economist will tell you that this is quite a long process of adaptation. Ukraine has to go through 2 things. One thing is recovery, but recovery has to be combined with the modernization of the country, and it takes years. It has to take quite some time. I'm not trying to discourage you. You can still enjoy a lot of rights already. Poland or Poles would have been very happy if they had been given such rights back in the past. So I'm not glad that Macron was criticized after what he said. No, we need to sit down at a table and start talking informally about what he means instead of publicly criticizing him, if you want me to be frank. He said publicly what a lot of European countries are thinking. We hear Scholz, we hear Macron because they are the most influential ones. But ask the Spaniards, ask Italians, the Portuguese, Belgians. Their thinking is quite similar, because the European project in the form that it has now is the product of decades of the development of the EU. This is a different union than it was in 1950s when it was being established. You have to use the recovery funds in combination with the modernization of your country. That's what you should have captured at the beginning. When I hear from you that you want every country to make a contribution, that's not the right approach. It must be a combination of support in order to modernize Ukraine. Let's not be deceived. What did Macron's proposal contain? Read it carefully. He said, you have the status of the candidate, meaning you have something that a lot of countries are unable to establish, to achieve in 20 years. It has been said to you that you will be EU members. The starting point is the partnership treaty that you have for asymmetrical reduction of customs limitations for the export of Ukrainian products to Western Europe. A lot of money has been invested. What problems and experiences we had in Poland at the beginning? Well, I'm not going to talk about this in detail, but there were a lot of problems. Now, countries are already saying they are ready to help you with money, with funds, but they are establishing the fact that it has to be used for modernization. What are the differences between us and Poles, EU and Poles? Well, it's the level of education of young Ukrainians. I am a lecturer in one higher education institution. I teach European economic and monetary integration. That's quite a technical subject. But I need to tell you that you have people whose average level, I'm talking about high school graduates, so you have young people whose educational level is much higher than that of Poles. Ukrainians know foreign languages better than Poles. Poles travel more, but when I look at BBC, every Ukrainian member of parliament who speaks to BBC journalists has very high levels of English command. Polish members of parliament have a poor command of foreign languages, on the other hand. Also, you are a society who is ready for sacrifice. Other countries are not ready to engage. They would rather employ a Pole or a Slovak to do manual work. Now, what does Macron's proposal say? The opening of personal movement. This is what is being proposed to you at the moment. Why? Because Ukrainians are already there. Hundreds of thousands have come to Western Europe in the recent weeks, not only to Poland. They are there, and they are being valued for their education, for their competencies, and for their hard working. That's what Poles brought in, too. Now Poles are valued as experts, not only in construction, and that we changed through our example. IT is at a high level in Ukraine. I have a person who's close to me who works for an international company, and when they are looking for employees, they are afraid to employ a Ukrainian. Why? Because they know that Ukrainians are very good at IT and can use it much earlier than they can. That's an example from me, just one. So believe in yourselves. You are an educated, wise, hardworking nation, a nation that's ready to devote. Let me come back to the single market. We were told one thing, that a minority of countries wanted us to be part of the EU. Had it not been for the position of Germans, Scandinavians, and the UK, Poland would not have been part of the first enlargement. I was a witness. I participated in this for a few years. And they said at the beginning, the enlargement will be small. And what do you mean by small? Well, we mean small countries, Estonia, the Czech Republic, Hungary, and Slovakia. And how many countries actually were part of the first enlargement? 10. So Poland brought others along with it. So please think about how wisely you would like to use this opportunity. This is a historical opportunity for you that there are people or countries who want to give you money.
Mogą być wasi pracownicy, których zapytają, jakie rzeczy są najważniejsze i
Well, we need to consider what is the most efficient. From the signing of the association agreement, something that you've signed several years ago, it took us 10 years to join the European Union. If someone says that it will take a couple of years, don't feel offended. This is the reality. You cannot expedite certain things, but you need to do it thoroughly. Those who made this decision, especially Germans, the French were not very much interested in the eastward accession, eastward enlargement of the EU, including Poland, Czech Republic, Romania. France is also a superpower. It's one of two major European countries. And I do not want to offend anyone. The French are very nice. As I heard from a diplomat from a Western country. And he said, if I could give you an advice, be careful with the French. Never offend them. They will continue to be nice, but they remember everything. So it's not only about simple things. You received very quickly a status of a candidate country, so this positions you very well. Then the freedom of movement of people. So people will enjoy this freedom of traveling. We need to include young Ukrainian students to such programs as Erasmus, to have highly educated people. And the infrastructure. Integration was a problem for us because we had very weak links with the largest European economy, namely Germany. The motorway to Germany ended 100 kilometers before the border. When I sent a letter to Brussels, they responded by saying that people do not use motorways in Poland because they are too expensive. But we didn't have any toll roads at that time. Infrastructure very quickly attracts business, because just look at along the road next to Poznań. So many industrial companies were developed there. We are one of the most important trade partners for Germany, even though our economies are disproportionate. I am familiar with Poland and Western Ukraine. This is where I travel quite frequently, and I went to Lviv and other regions. Of course, there are some sections of good roads, but on border, there are no well-developed crossings. This can be developed quite quickly. Your economy then will accelerate. You have no reason to be worried. Let's finish the wall and you will succeed, no doubt about it. I just listed some of your advantages, but please do not be offended. Do not feel offended by anyone. If you have some reservations, send a minister and discuss things. Present your arguments. Sometimes these are just components of bargaining. The electorate counts in those countries. Western societies are not that willing to share their wealth with others. They can give some, but some only. So you need to convince them that perhaps they should give more than some. They need to be aware that there is going to be a benefit for them, that the investment in Ukraine is good business. And this is your responsibility. You're not a charity organization. You are there to promote Ukrainian businesses. So be patient and try to talk less publicly. Understand, it's the war. The president is present on TV. Today we could listen to his speech from Davos, and he requested everyone to contribute to the rebuilding of Ukraine, but he also promised some benefits. But you need to go and talk to people. You can say that, yes, everything was very interesting, but we do have some questions, and then you can choose the best. And this is what I would like to wish you very much. We are all moved with this tragedy that you've been encountering. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Marek Grala has the experience on both sides. He represented Poland during the accession, and I read Marek Grela's letters. I cannot tell you everything because that was the state secret, and they were very far from the optimistic propaganda. And then for a number of years he was a high-ranking officer of the European Union. He had to change the point of view and took the point of view of European institutions. And I remember meetings with various diplomats that Mr. Grela organized, and they helped us in to understand our European partners better. Sometimes there is something that is unsaid, and you can learn about it over a glass of wine, and you need to draw the right conclusions. When Ukraine wanted Marek Grela to provide some good piece of advice, this is what we've had. We have Mr. Burak Pelivan with us, and when we discuss about European Union and Turkey, we cannot fully smile because Turkey enjoys the status of a candidate country. You've started negotiating in 2005, and so perhaps we should say that Ukraine should not follow Turkish footsteps in this process. What is your view on the European perspective?
Thank you, Darush. I think that European Union is one of the greatest projects which humanity created in the history of humanity. After the Second World War, if we have such a security architecture in Europe, if we have such many prosperous countries in the European continent, in the old continent, one of the pillars of that is for sure European Union. When the Soviet Union collapsed, Warsaw Pact collapsed, and almost all Central and Eastern European countries, if they transformed their economy, their society, their politics, such a turbocharged mood, for sure, one of the biggest reasons was the perspective of be member of European Union and after be member of European Union. I studied in a German school in 90s in Istanbul, 8 years. I remember when the Soviet Union collapsed and 3rd of October became a holiday in Germany. I was 11, 12 years old in that time. Me and my friends couldn't understand the change in that time in the world. As I mentioned, 3rd of October, the Wiedervereinigung of Germany was for us just holiday. There was song of Scorpions, Wind of Change, and it was like not just a song, it was like a slogan or song of all this change in that time in Europe. I think we are now such a period. If there is crisis, big crisis, we need big solutions. In Turkish case, Turkey is 70 years already, not already, it's 70 years member of NATO. First time signed with in that time European Economic Organization. We signed the first agreement with them, cooperation agreements, 1963. We became candidate of EU 1999. We started the negotiations process 2004. And when we came 2008, and when our government did everything, maybe in that time European Union demanded us, the big countries as Germany and France started to speak some conditions that they didn't say other candidate countries. I had the chance, the honor to hear Mr. President Yushchenko, third president of Ukraine, this Bucharest summit of NATO 2008. When Ukraine wanted to become or candidate of NATO, and when they didn't see all these things in the summary of the summit, he turned to President Bush and asked, why? And President Bush showed Mr. Sarkozy and Mr. Merkel. He went them, friends of Ukraine, including Polish president or prime minister in that time, they came and softened the process. In 2014, when Ukraine signed these association agreements and free trade agreements, why didn't EU give country's perspective to Ukraine? I agree with Ambassador, for sure. There are some rules and these rules should apply everybody. But unfortunately, the great European Union not always consistently do it. If you are rich, if you are well educated, your space to make mistakes is smaller than others. So you should be more consistent. I agree they have some electorate problems. Of course, they are democracies. They should listen to their citizens. But big leaders, not always behind the population or behind the populism. The great statesmen should be in front of the people, persuade them, lead them, steer them. So such a situation, unfortunately, I am afraid that if EU doesn't give enough perspective to Ukraine, as our government 2008 lost its interest the EU to continuity reforms, and 14 years we know this or Turkish-EU relations, and it didn't help Middle East, it didn't help East of Mediterranean, it didn't help Aegean, it didn't help Black Sea. So we should facilitate the process of Ukraine. I say we should, but we are not member of EU, of course. But I mean, EU should facilitate, considering all these things, and to give Ukrainians more hope and more motivation. First time I came in Ukraine 2004. Already 13 years we are mostly living in Ukraine. I can say one of the most resilient and most adapted people in the world are Ukrainians. They can do under the crisis great things. And if they know there is a turbo charge, turbo mood, to become an EU membership, they will do it. EU should give the chance Ukraine to become a EU member as soon as possible. And the electors in EU never will be more suitable, more available now, than now in the future to receive Ukraine. So if EU's such a strong union, prosperous union, if sometimes, as Mr. President Duda yesterday said, I won't sleep well till the Ukraine will be member of EU, yes? If such leaders inside of the EU, I think, Mr. Ambassador, I respect all these reserves in France, in Germany, all these big countries, but you should welcome Ukraine as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję. Szanowni Państwo, widzicie, jesteśmy w szczególnym miejscu. Zaczęliśmy od regionu...
Ladies and gentlemen, we're in a very special place. We started from the Baltic, Adriatic, Black Sea region, and we can see Ukraine in the heart of the region, a bleeding heart of the region. We Poles and you, Turks, are with you in the process, supporting your aspirations and your truth and your will to live a normal life. And this requires relevant tools, good regional cooperation in the Baltic, Adriatic and Black Sea region. And the target place of Ukraine is in the EU. This is something we are in agreement. We need to use all negative lessons learned by Turkey regarding Turkish accession process and all good experiences that Poland has. Gentlemen, thank you very much for staying with us. Please stay with us. We're going to have a lengthy debate today. I think this is a very good beginning of the 14th Baltic Business Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let me welcome Alexander Markushin. Let me welcome Alexander Markushin, the mayor of Irpień. He's here to share his personal experience with you. Several years ago, our chamber supported the process of decentralization in Ukraine, and at that time I met Alexander and other local leaders. Today, when we discuss the war in Ukraine, the success, the victory of Ukraine is supported by wonderful capability to mobilize forces at the basic level and local governments. That's why we are very happy to have someone who can tell us about this difficult experience. Welcome, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me. When I was sitting there, I received a text message that in the Kiev region, we have an airstrike alarm. And for several days in a row, Russian forces launched missiles from Belarus to the Kiev area. 16 people died yesterday. And today, let me tell you about Irpin, our city. Irpin is situated 5 kilometers from our capital, Kiev. And it's a very pro-European city. A city that has been developing rapidly in the past 6 years. Our city enjoyed very good economic results, very good economic growth, and we were one of the wealthiest areas in the Kiev region. This had been until the 24th of February. We brought some pictures with us showing facilities that were destroyed in our region. And this will be a small part of what you will be able to see in the screen. We brought 3 short films about our city. Could you please... Can we please have the first video? The development of our city before war. It was a Ukrainian miracle. It was the city of health, sport, a city of smiling children and couples that were in love. That was Irpin. Within the past 6 years, we developed 6 new kindergartens, a new school, 6 new outpatient clinics, 2 water treatment stations, a city stadium, a boardwalk along the waterfront, and 50 playgrounds, 6 parks. And in 2022, we were to open a new medical center, new schools, new kindergartens. However, the war started. On the 24th of February 2022, the war pushed nearly 50,000 European citizens out of their homes. The war brought death, destruction, tears, and despair. The city was ruined. The war killed a number of our citizens, and Irpin now starts a new page in its history, with new plans, new dreams. And thanks to the effort of many people and support of our friends, again, we are going to surprise everyone. The City of Heroes.
Ми рухалися в нашому Ірпені по напрямку Європи. І нам вдалося
We were developing while moving towards Europe. We had very good economic
бізнес
results,
пішов в місто,
very good economic upturn, business developed.
європейські компанії в місті на 100%
New, also Western
була
companies
корупційна складова.
established their operations in the city, and we
І єдина
managed to
вимога була для нового бізнесу
put an end to corruption in the city. And there was only one condition for new businesses.
в нашому місті і сплачувати податки в наше місто.
They had to register in our city and pay taxes in the city. And
Я хочу
this contributed to excellent results that we achieved.
ролик вторгнення Російської Федерації
Can I now request the second video to be played?
до нашої Київської області. Будь ласка.
It was made during the invasion of Russian occupants to the region.
Це місто Ірпінь на північному заході Києва. Так воно виглядало
The city of
під час
Irpin
велосипедних марафонів.
was a city of biking marathons. There was a wonderful promenade along the waterfront, and that was our city during Christmas. On the 24th of February, the war started.
Збройні сили Російської Федерації зробили з Ірпеня, Бучі та
Army of the Russian
Hostomеля
Federation
сателітів
changed
Києва,
Irpin,
українську
Bucha, and
середину.
Hostomel
Я
into
нагадаю вам,
ruins.
що масові вбивства на території України
Mass
часто
killings in
порівнюють
Ukraine
із різаниною Сребрениці.
are frequently
Одним із
compared
наймасштабніших
to Srebrenica
воєнних злочинів
massacre,
в сучасній Європі.
one of the
Липня
largest
95-го року боснійськими
war
сербами було
crimes
вбито
ever.
близько 8 тисяч мусульман. Гостомель, Буча та
Hostomel,
Ірпінь
Bucha, and
стали
Irpin became
епіцентром
the center
жахів,
of horror.
місцем тотального знищення
Total
будинків,
destruction of
людей
houses,
та
people,
всього живого.
and everything that lived there.
І одразу попрошу включити третій ролик. Це після
And the third piece of video,
що залишили російські окупанти, російські
that's the
варвари
period
після
after the
себе.
war.
Це русський
What
мір,
was left
називаємо.
by those
Будь ласка.
Russian barbarians. April 2022. The city injured, however, not destroyed completely. $8,651 building facilities damaged. $2,738 houses partially destroyed. Buildings completely destroyed. 22 educational facilities destroyed. Irpin, injured
З вашого
but not
дозволу
defeated.
я розповім, як відбувалося
With your permission, let me tell you
і як
a story about the invasion and the Battle of Irpin.
пропустила
It's a small town. Had to fight against the second largest army in the world on the 24th of February.
приблизно біля 6 ранку. Мені поступає
At around 6 o'clock in the morning, I received a telephone call telling me that Kiev was bombarded together with other Ukrainian cities.
дійсно ми готувалися. Ми готувалися того, що буде вторгнення.
Indeed, we were, in a sense, prepared. We knew that the invasion would happen, but we didn't expect
Білоруського керівництва зради Лукашенка. І саме з Білорусі був основний
such an
напрямок
attempt
удару
on the
по
part of Lukashenko and Belarus, because the attack was launched from Belarus.
цей день ми
That day,
збирати хлопців. Я почав прозвонювати бувших
we
військових,
started gathering men. I phoned everyone,
хлопців, які воювали в АТО.
former military and other guys who were involved in the Donbas conflict, and they
І ми
went to the police station and to the town hall.
І в нас було основне питання – це створення
And we had
територіальної
another session of the city council, and we established the territorial defense staff.
командиром територіальної оборони міста Ірпінь.
At that time, I was appointed the head of the territorial defense of Irpin.
Нашими військовими це ветерани збройних
Together with experienced military officers,
робити укріплення.
including veterans, we started developing fortifications.
Почали рити окопи, робити бліндажі і робити лінію оборони нашого міста.
We built trenches and started establishing the defense line in the city. After a couple of days,
Пам'ятаю, це в 6 ранку. Зі
I
сторони
remember
Бучі
it was 6 o'clock in the morning.
йшла колона бронетехніки.
My alarm clock rang
і
and
приблизно 100 військовослужбовців
armored vehicles
зі
moved
сторони
on.
Бучі в Ірпінь. Вони йшли в розвалище.
Together with roughly 100 servicemen towards Irpin.
І вони не
Some of them were sitting on top of armored vehicles, and they didn't expect any resistance in Irpin.
зі своїми побратимами, а це територіальна оборона міста.
The first battle, so there was myself and other guys involved in the territorial defense. We managed to defend the city. We managed to deter the first attack and to destroy the first armored vehicles. On that day, they tried to attack the city several times. They tried to enter the city, but all their attempts failed.
Бронетехніки було знищено.
We managed to defend our city. We destroyed a large number of armored vehicles.
Почали
After a couple of days,
Ірпінь з інших сторін. І шукати більш
they started attacking our city from different sides, trying to find weak spots.
тиждень вони не могли зайти в Ірпінь з будь-якого напрямку.
And for 1 week, they didn't manage to enter the city.
Ірпінь тримав оборону
In
виключно
for 3 days, Irpin defended well with our own territorial defense forces only.
військова адміністрація,
The state administration in Kiev
воєнкомат.
and the governor of the province
І ми були
delivered
забезпечені зброєю, як автомати,
guns,
кулемети,
and
противотанковою зброєю.
we had enough machine guns and anti-tank missiles.
Приєдналися потужні підрозділи, спецпідрозділи.
On the third day, professional Ukrainian army joined in.
Танками і бронетехнікою.
They strengthened our position with their tanks and armored vehicles.
Шукали ворога які десятки
And
разів
for about a week,
кількості
we didn't let the enemy in. And they
наше
increased their forces several times.
30%
Our city
окуповано російськими солдатами.
30% of our city was occupied by Russian invaders, and 70% remained Ukrainian. And
Ірпінь – це
we did not give in.
100 тисяч мешканців проживає в нашому місті.
Irpin is a city of 100,000 people.
Паралельно, крім того, що ми готувалися до війни і воювали,
In parallel, when we were preparing for the war,
робили евакуацію нашого населення.
we evacuated our citizens.
Треба було зробити по всім громадам, і в частності в нашій громаді ми це
And it
зробили.
was perhaps the most important of all actions taken. And we did that together with other organizations involved.
95% всіх мешканців.
Our staff managed to evacuate 95% of the city's population. Let me repeat that, 95%
Ми евакуйовували
of the total population. We used rail,
залізниця і вертикаль нашого президента дала нам потяги, і ми по 2, по 3 рази в день вивозили людей.
there were relevant trains, and trains moved people out of the city 2 or 3 times a day. On the third day, during the evacuation,
Потяг колії знищений, і потяг пішов під откос.
a Russian aircraft bombarded
Слава Богу,
a train, and the train derailed. Thanks God, no one was killed, but we had a problem.
колії, бо вони були розбомблені, і потягом більше не вивозили людей.
And then we had no possibility to evacuate people by train. Some people left the city using their individual cars. You all could see the well-known bridge in Irpin, and through that bridge
40 тисяч наших мешканців.
we evacuated 40,000 people from the city.
Це було і вдень, і вночі.
Just try to imagine such a large crowd of people moving day and night across the bridge
І
under the
саме жахливе, що я мог побачити в житті,
hostile fire. And the worst thing I could see in my life
виводили людей.
was
Інша група
when we tried to evacuate people, we had the group in the forefront, and
як міна влучила в родину. Жінка, двоє маленьких дітей,
when I saw
які їм допомагав.
a howitzer missile hitting a family, a woman, 2 children, and a voluntary worker were killed at the spot.
Знали, що там тільки йдуть цивільні. І вони обстрілюють.
Russians knew that only civilian people moved there, but they still continued their fire and they tried to hit the corridor.
Дуже-дуже багато життів.
The bridge saved a lot of lives.
Ми заводили через цей міст спецпідрозділи. Ми завозили туди зброю,
However, at night
ліки і воду
we
для
delivered
наших мешканців, які залишилися в Ірпіні.
guns, food, and water for those people who stayed in the city. Roughly 5,000 people stayed in Irpin.
Ми цю дорогу, цей міст називали дорогою життя.
And we called this bridge and the road of life, because it was the only link to the capital.
Постійно обстрілювали. Обстрілювали з градів, з артилерії,
Irpin
з
was
мінометів, з
constantly under the fire
І
the fire from tanks, howitzers,
останні 3 дні війни в Ірпіні.
and aircraft. The final 3 days were the worst.
Що вони були не поодинокі, а
The
постійно
fire was so intense
сторони.
that these were not individual explosions, but a series of explosions after a serious,
Захват нашого міста,
intense bombing.
на штурм нашого міста. І одразу з 3 напрямків.
Russians started to occupy our city, and they approached the city from 3 directions.
Наші хлопці, наші військові, територіальна оборона, спецпідрозділи
Our territorial defense and special units
і не пропустила їх.
maintained positions on 2 directions, and they didn't let invaders in.
Вдалося на 800 метрів зайти
On that 3rd direction, Russian soldiers managed to enter the city,
була резервна лінія ще
managed to
оборони.
enter
Наші
800
хлопці зайняли
meters
там.
into the city, and we still had a reserve, this second line of defense, and our
Росіяни
boys
чекали підкріплення,
managed to stop them.
яке йшло з Бучі, з Гостомеля до них.
Russians expected some help from the side of Bucha,
Наші військовослужбовці, наші збройні сили, наша артилерія
but our military and
відпрацювали
artillery
на 100%, і їхні підкріплення в цих 2 напрямках були повністю знищені.
did their job and destroyed
І
the aid that was directed there.
люди були виснажені,
Of course, we were exhausted.
але ми були дуже
People
мотивовані.
were extremely tired, but we are highly motivated.
За свою країну,
We fought for our
своє
country,
місто,
for our
за
city,
свої родини, за
our
нашого
families,
президента.
and our president.
Рішенням командування було прийнято рішення контратакувати
And a decision was made to launch a counterattack on all the 3 directions.
брали всі свої резерви.
We gathered all our reserves. We talked to
Розуміли, що для
all
кожного
our boys.
цей мог бути останнім в житті.
And we were
Але цей бій,
aware that this battle
і це був бій рішаючий.
might have been the last one. But it was needed because it was decisive
Нашої столиці
about the future of Irpin
України
and
у Білорусі.
the fate of our capital and Ukraine on the direction towards Belarus.
Зараз, вірніше, вночі,
That evening, I remember that very well. I received a text message
був підписаний наказ, і було велике визнання
that an order was signed,
нашим президентом Володимиром Зеленським,
and we received
присвоєно статус, звання місто Герой Ірпінь.
much recognition from our President Zelensky, and our city
Пройшов по всім позиціям наших
was awarded with the title of a hero city.
бліндаж.
We visited every position where our boys were stationed,
Ми вже воюємо
every military position
за місто
and
Герой.
post.
І це було в них піднесення.
And it was clear that we fight not only for Irpin, but for a heroic city of Irpin. And this gave much energy to our boys, the energy that was so much needed. So our boys and military units moved towards the three directions that I've already mentioned, and the Russians didn't expect any such development. And on all the three directions, the enemy was destroyed. And later on, the Ukrainian military released or liberated Bucha, Irpin, and pushed the enemy beyond Borodanka. Irpin is a town that has not let the enemy in, but paid a major price for the victory. Only 37 men from my territorial defense unit. And 50 Ukrainian soldiers. Serious damage, more than 50% of our city was completely destroyed. However, the most important thing was the evacuation of our citizens. Just imagine how many people could have died, considering the damage inflicted. We can expect that dozens of thousands would die. But thanks God, we managed to resist the attacks from the side of Belarus, and we managed to defend our territory. But the war goes on, and we cannot rest. Ukraine is fighting not only for its independence and the territorial integrity, we fight for democratic values of the European Union and other countries of the world. We understand that Russia will never stop. They would continue further and further to reach out for other territories. Today, we should be just one team, one command center. That will choose the path of cooperation. We decided to start this journey towards Europe. And let me mention one more thing, perhaps. I'd like to convey I'd like to give the floor to my friend Volodin to tell us about the infrastructure in our city, and later on, if there are questions, we would be happy to respond to them.
Доброго дня всім учасникам форуму. Однією з наших тем сьогодні
Good afternoon, everybody. One of the subjects is to reconstruct Ukraine, and I would like to say a few words about this to you. As Alexander said, our city was the richest in Kiev Oblast, and we never asked anybody for anything. What is more, over the last 6 years, all the infrastructural facilities built in our city were built to the extent of 95% using the funds that we worked out in our city ourselves. We never even received funds from any higher level budgets. You saw what Irpin looked like before the war happened. The population is of 100,000. Of them, we had 15,000 business people. This was a city where the birth rate was the highest. You understand what kind of statistics these are, but the war is forcing us to ask for help. We will not handle it without help. We will not be able to recover fast. We have come here to show to you that all educational facilities have been destroyed by our enemy. Unfortunately, we won't be able to be here where representatives of Polish local government authorities will come, but we know that we are talking now to a large number of Polish business people. So we have a request. It will be good if you give them our presentations. We have a lot of presentations printed out here for you to distribute to the representatives of the local government. I would like you to distribute them among various cities where there are companies that might help us rebuild our city. When looking at these pictures in the movie, the destroyed city that we showed to you, you have to imagine that almost 30% of the population have returned to the city. Ahead of us is the 1st of September when nursery schools and schools open. Without the assistance, large-scale assistance of construction experts from Europe, we will not be able to launch educational facilities by that date. That's why we have this huge request to the forum that we are facing now. Thank you very much for inviting us here to make it possible for us to speak to you about all this. Perhaps you have questions that we could answer. But if you do not have questions, then thank you very much for your attention. Alexander, thank you for what you have told us. Thank you for this honest picture of the war, for telling us about what you have experienced. It is deeply touching, but also mobilizing. You are not asking. It is just our obligation to help you. We will distribute your presentation widely. We will engage in investment projects to make sure that the 1st of September will see schools launched in Irpin. Thank you. This was so deeply touching to watch what a human person is able to do to another human being. It's terrible. But we now need to think about what the world, the economy, would look like now after the 24th of February. Everything has changed. International relations have changed. World security has changed. Logistic chains have changed, and the world has too. Nothing is the same anymore. starting from the UN. How can the Security Council work when one of its members is the aggressor and has the veto? Everything has changed. Now, how will economy operate under the new circumstances? How the business is able to respond? Now, the next panel is titled War or a New Deal in the Economy: Problems and Opportunities for Polish and Ukrainian companies. It's difficult to answer this specifically, but let's gather experiences so that we are able to operate the day after Ukraine wins, of which we are deeply convinced. Rafał Baniak, an entrepreneur, the president of the management board of the Employers of Poland, an organization that has been able to encourage thousands of Polish entrepreneurs to organize and help Ukrainians. Roman Gregoryshin. He will participate online. He's the director of the investment department, International Economic Cooperation and Tourism Department in Odess Regional State Administration. He was here with us recently in September in such a different reality. He was part of the 13th Business Baltic Forum. Arkadiusz Krężel, a former CEO of supervisory boards of Boryszew and Impex Metal. Between 1992 and 2006, he was the president of the management board of the Agency for the Development of Industry. He is a person who bore on his shoulders, along with others, the difficulties of the transformation of the Polish economy. His experience might be of help for Ukrainian friends. Jacek, are you Jerzy Jacek Szugajew, the CEO of the management board of Credo Bank S.A. Let me moderate this panel, please. Roman, hello, you're online and you're with us. Let us start with Polish entrepreneurs, Polish businessmen and employers. As we said, the Employers of Poland, directed by Rafał, launched an incredible thing. They launched a WhatsApp group which gathers hundreds or thousands of entrepreneurs. How did it all begin? And how do you assess the Polish entrepreneurs' approach? After all, their first and foremost objective is to be guided by business principles. But in this situation, it's difficult to talk about return on investment. Thank you, Jacek. As you said before, after the 24th of February, nothing will be the same, either in Poland or abroad. What has happened is that the Polish business understood this right from the first day of the war. Together with other organizations, such as the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, under our auspices, we started an assistance campaign for our Ukrainian friends. You are asking about how many of us are there? Well, we think the assistance has reached around 300 million zloty, although it might have been more. Of course, this is not a sum that allows us to talk about restructuring, rebuilding Ukraine today. However, it has been clear to us that it is our objective to automatically become an assistance hub for our Ukrainian friends. Poland, as a neighbor to Ukraine, has become the roof over the heads of many refugees from Ukraine. After we watched the mayor of Irpin in his presentation, we realized that we became a haven to Ukrainian heroes. The word is definitely what they deserve to be called. I have recently participated in an event, a charitable one, And during that single event, we were able to collect 16 million zloty through various auctions. This shows that the enthusiasm on the side of the Polish business, contrary to what we worried, has not stopped. The Polish business has the awareness that this is our obligation. It is unpleasant, it is painful, but it is at the same time appearing to be authentic and real, because everybody, whoever we talk to, underlines that our Ukrainian friends are not fighting on their own behalf only. They are not dying for their own country only. They are fighting and dying for our homeland of Europe. That's why we want to help them as much as possible. However, in order not to remain in this touching, although important mood, what our colleagues from EPN have recently said, we need to be thinking about rebuilding Ukraine, about recovering its cities, towns, villages, and other localities, and about the heroes of Ukraine, who are at the same time the heroes of Europe and the world. As we have become this charitable humanitarian and assistance hub, we still are. The official statistics speak about almost 4 million people who have crossed the Polish-Ukrainian border. It is also our ambition, and here I'm addressing the mayor of Irpin, we have the ambition to become an absolutely obligatory link in the process of rebuilding Ukraine. It's not that we want to be the transfer center for money that will be flowing to Ukraine from various institutions in the EU and globally, but it is our ambition to involve as Polish businesses and Polish citizens in the process, which will not be a fast one. It will be a long-term process because we know the ambitions of Ukrainians. We know that after the war stops, Ukrainians do not want to return to the status quo from before the war, but that they want their country to be a European-level country. They want to be meeting their European ambitions. And here I would like to declare that the Polish business is fully ready to share its know-how, to participate in rebuilding through personal commitment, not only through money. What Ambassador Grela said during the previous panel, similarly, the Polish businesses, just similarly to the government, the Polish business has the know-how and commitment to cooperate together with the EU, so that Macron's prediction does not come true, that the process should take years, up to 15 years maybe. No, we want this process to be shortened as much as possible. Today it's difficult to say how short or long this process should be for Ukraine to be fully integrated with the EU, but our common objective and ambition should be to make sure that this period is as short as possible. Similarly to Germans, who very much wanted Poland as their closest neighbor to become a member of the common Europe, we too want Ukraine to join the EU formally as soon as possible. This is in the interest of not only Ukraine, but also Poland. This is a shared objective between our two countries, and we should all engage in this process. Hopefully from today, but with full intensity after the war stops, hopefully quite soon. The transfer of finances, it's been mentioned. Jacek, I'm referring to you now. Could you share with us your experience about how Credit Bank, who had its offices across Ukraine, is dealing with this situation currently? What do you think about the prospects for Credit Bank as a financial institution in the future process of rebuilding Ukraine. I know that this is all early to talk about today. We don't know the time when the war ends, but I think that PKO BP Group already is thinking about this. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me here. This is a huge pleasure for me to be part of this event. Yes. Forecasts. We learned not to make forecasts right now, which doesn't mean we will not come back to forecasting in the future. However, the recent months have seen a daily navigation, looking for hope on a daily basis. It's been said today here in this room that the banking system in Ukraine is not only withstanding, but it is also functioning, and functioning very well. This might be surprising that in a country where a war is waging, the financial system has withstood and has been able to normally operate to ensure money flows. This is, of course, what is happening now on a daily basis, but it is heralding a good future. As for now, it is providing businesses with the foundations to operate on. Business in Ukraine has not stopped either. This is a huge achievement by Ukrainians, and here paying tribute to the Ukrainian business, because we are talking about a country where a war is waging. I need to admit that when I first heard about our clients continuing their operations, requiring financing not only to survive, but to use their businesses to support the military defense of the country, well, we got used to this. But when I first heard about us as a financial system having to prepare to support the spring sowing campaign, well, that was impressive. We hear raid alarms daily. Bombs are dropping, but spring sowing has begun. Also in those places where our clients had to go out into the fields to do the sowing wearing helmets on their heads. That shows how determined the country is and how resilient individual parts of the economic and financial systems are. This is the reason for us to be optimistic. If we are to come back to the forecasting or planning, we are fed with huge optimism, although the wounds will be deep after the war. The forecasts are quite gloomy. The GDP will be low, the inflation will be high. But on the other hand, we have this huge will. That's how I see it, and my colleagues from other institutions too, can see this huge will to survive and to develop. I think that Rafał Baniak summed it up nicely. It's a dream of a country which will not be the same, but a country which will be modern, which will be not only pro-European, but European actually, and which, thanks to its aspirations, will join the EU. Let's hope it'll be as soon as possible. What will be needed? I think we'll talk about this more, but money is, first of all, what is going to be needed. That's what we expect from various declarations, governmental statements, and multilateral organization statements. The assistance will be huge. Such money flows will have to be put into the frameworks of programs adjusted to what is needed. Declarations of money support on their own will not handle the problems if they are not put into the frameworks of tailor-made programs. There will be a lot of such programs, starting from infrastructure through ongoing needs that will maintain the functioning of business in Ukraine. Governmental agendas will be big players here, but also other organizations like European Investment Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and others, which will provide their expert knowledge in order to help select the right programs, where risk will be, for example, released by them. When you look at the banking system of Ukraine now, the money is there. The first problem of banks, I'm sorry I'm talking about banks so much, but I'm an expert in that. So the biggest problem there will not be access to money, because money is there. During the war, banks reduced their credit action. The money is being accumulated. Some of the risk should be released from the banks in order to encourage them to more widely, more dynamically finance small and medium-sized businesses. These are the ones that are suffering the most. For them, such assistance will be the matter of survival or not survival. From the Polish experience, the survival of the small and medium-sized businesses is very important for the whole economic machinery to move on, set off and kick off. It's not only about the big factories, but also about those small ones, which are the blood circulation of an economic system. This is a huge challenge that we have ahead of us. It's ahead of everybody who wants to commit to helping Ukraine, especially those who can share knowledge because they have already gained such knowledge and such experience. I think that Poland, no two words about this, has its experience in transforming a country. Well, we did not have to rebuild a country, but we transformed it. I think that we have a big role to play in this respect, on the condition that we are able to seize this opportunity. Before I give the floor to Arek, who has special experience that can be helpful to all of us about thinking about a new, prosperous Ukraine. I am deeply convinced that we will be building a better Ukraine in the future, but we will come back to this in a minute. Roman, a question to you. Recently, 5 months ago, you were here in Świnoujście in one of these chairs, and we talked about the plans for Odessa, for investments in Odessa. You are responsible for international cooperation in Odessa. You were supposed to be here with us, however, the bombing of Odessa made you stay. Tell us about Odessa today, which is under bombardment, a city that is exposed to a direct attack at a threat of being occupied. How are you thinking about the economy and about the prospects for the economy as a place for investments in the future? What is your role today, apart from your engagement in the ongoing defense, the removal of the consequences of the war? If our connection works fine, the floor is yours. You have a special flag ahead of you, Odessa Ukraine Expo 2030. I can't see the last digit, I think it's 2. Tell us more about this, please, because I think that you're not giving up on these plans, are you? Jacek Piechota, thank you very much for your support for Ukraine. Thank you for inviting me over to your event. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to come, although the arrangements were made. There's no connection, however. It took a few days before we realized that I couldn't come. That's all in relation to the situation in our region. Now it is impossible for me to come, and data confirms that there is a threat from the side of the sea. Just 30 minutes before I contacted you online here today, our colleagues were in the shelters in order to hide from a possible attack. In the Odessa Oblast, there are no damages. However, half Ukraine is now on the alert. This year we had serious plans to fulfill. We wanted to run a common forum to be held at Odessa. We wanted to deepen inter-regional cooperation. We wanted the Odessa Oblast to participate in the larger system. We talked about the need to run the Expo 2030 event at Odessa. We will be fighting to make sure that Polish cities participate in that event too. Unfortunately, right now the realities are different. And now we are mostly forced not to talk about investments, but about regular life. Our organization has cooperated on the investment market previously. Now it turns out we have to deal with something else. I am responsible for the supply of various equipment to Odessa Oblast. We are buying various products and commodities from the United States, and we are actually receiving help from friendly countries such as Poland. We have talked about the relations between Warsaw and Odessa. How can you imagine such a situation, one might ask? How can Warsaw cooperate with Odessa? There's such a huge distance between the two, for example. But this is just a small example of what I deal with at my level, that unfortunately some people are doubtful. However, Poland is very important to us. Yesterday, we noticed the visit by the President of Poland, and I can say that the friendship, international friendship between Poland and Ukraine has been reinforced and has been rebuilt. We are commonly fighting the tragedy, the misery caused by Russia, and we are now able to see that there is a normal future ahead of us thanks to cooperation with Poland. Currently, we have been 3 months into the war. We have withstood. The nation has withstood. The military has withstood. Currently, we're working in 2 directions. We have 2 formats. On the one hand, management. On the other hand, war.
We focus to maximize the use of the military aid. And in this situation, we need to progress with the information campaign, which will focus on the future. the future development. And we plan to contact our partners. We want our partners to come to our area, and who have already received delegations from Germany and the Polish Parliament. And we also discussed the possibility for promoting business-to-business contacts. And our business people could be engaged in the cooperation with our friends, including those from Ukrainian regions that suffered the most. You've all seen videos and pictures. We know what it is about. But let me highlight some issues related to Poland-Ukraine relations. Poland is a good lobbyist, lobbying for the Ukrainian interest in Europe. We've been participating in the discussion on export quotas for Ukraine. In terms of logistics, we have the best links with Poland. And what we need is centralized support from Poland. And this is the type of cooperation that we would like to foster. We will soon start rebuilding our country with the aid of Poland. And according to experts, we should rapidly grow with the support of Poland and Polish business as well. And our entrepreneurs already started this process. This group includes entrepreneurs who have never concentrated on the Polish market, but now they're looking for partners in Poland. And we can already see examples of such cooperation. And I think that we can expect many more such examples in the future. I'm not certain whether I can discuss all possible dimensions of the cooperation, but definitely the cooperation will grow and develop from strength to strength. Yet another issue applies to the cooperation with world leaders. After the war started, we are addressed by a number of organizations of businesses, and we need to try and explain to them what is actually needed. Let me also refer to yet another issue. namely regional cooperation. It would be good to analyze the possible cooperation between the Odessa region with Polish regions. We are already involved in such cooperation, such as cultural exchange, together joint participation in conferences and events. And now, based on this cooperation, we can deepen it with economic cooperation. So businesses from Odessa would love to forge their relations with their counterparts in other countries. Russia withdrew from the competition to organize Expo 2030. This means that we have a chance to win and attract the event to Ukraine. So we stand a big chance to organize Expo 2030 in Odessa. We'd like to join our effort with Poland, and would like this event to be beneficial for the entire Europe. I'd like to thank our Polish colleagues for the assistance and for the fact that we can act together. We will do our best to the glory of Ukraine and Poland. Roman, thank you very much. I hope you could hear the round of applause. And it's a challenge for us to support Odessa in this initiative. It seems something impossible. It's just 8 years until 2030, but the organization of Expo as an opportunity to develop pavilions of particular countries, pavilions designed to benefit the city afterwards, and it can be a wonderful contribution of the world to the rebuilding of Ukraine. But this conversation directs us to the partnership of regions and local governments. The West Pomerania province has a partnership with the Odessa and Nikolaev regions. When the journalist asked the marshal what the region can contribute to, the answer was rather vague. We need to motivate Polish local governments to promote this partnership with the Ukrainian counterparts, and not only cultural cooperation or exchange or mutual visits during Christmas and other events, but we should also support partnership of companies, businesses. This is a tremendous task ahead of us. We, as a chamber, would like to be involved in the process. We started a project of the Polish-Ukrainian Academy of Cities to translate local government cooperation into the cooperation between businesses. This is tremendously important because frequently our partnerships are limited to the exchange of delegations. But let us come back to this broad economy, not only economic cooperation between regions. Our speaker is an example of a man who, thanks to his involvement in the transformation of the economy, he survived 9 governments in Poland, 9 governments of different political agendas and economic agendas, and he has always been the head of the Agency for the Development of Industry, Artur Krężel. This is a particular example that in economic processes and transformation, experience and competences are the most important. The change of the staff with the change of political elites or governing elites has never been good for the economic transformation, because this transformation should be above this or that term of office of the parliament. These are long-term processes that require very methodical approach, experts and experience. Arek, you destroyed heavy industry to build something new. You restructured what seemed to be collapse. Of course, I use the word destroyed in inverted commas. So you have this special time behind you. Ukraine is in a completely different situation. Unfortunately and fortunately at the same time, there will be nothing to restructure, because the occupant, the aggressor, buried steel mills, mines to the ground. In my opinion, it's also a tremendous chance for the Ukraine to make a big leap, not only rebuilding what has been there, but building something modern. This should be a challenge for our Ukrainian friends, and we should all contribute to new and better, instead of restoring heavy industry, antiquated industry and capital-consuming industry. They should build new and modern economy. Poland made also a leap. We skipped several stages of the development. In the 1980s and early 90s, I was responsible for the transformation of our economy. We didn't manage to develop copper cables, and we just jumped to radio communication. When we started introducing the GSM standard, we already thought about that standard. In the United States, they still used the analog system. So it's a big opportunity for Ukraine and for the Ukrainian economy. Arek, what is your view on the process of this restructuring, transformation and rebuilding of Ukrainian industry from your point of view, from the point of view of your experience? I could talk about it for long. 15 years of my work for the Agency for Restructuring of Industry. It was a difficult period, and then I worked for the Borishev Group, having their companies in Brazil, Kenya, and also in Russia, though the latter ones had to be closed. I learned a lot. It's not the type of globalization that a lot of theoreticians or philosophers referred to. Every country is specific. And every country has their individual approach to things. I highly appreciate Ukrainian industry and Ukrainian scientists. I had a chance to cooperate with Professor Ikinov, the designer of Antonov. I flew that plane. And while restructuring the Polish aviation industry in Mielec, I was in ANTK plant several times, and I believe there was a chance to much broader involvement of the Polish business, but perhaps not from the side of scientists, but rather politicians. There was much reservation to enter large projects at that time. But this does not apply to Ukraine. The situation is very similar in the majority of countries. We have our plant in China, and there are certain limitations. You need to have much imagination and flexibility to strengthen your position there. Business always goes where the conditions are the best. When there is financial system, sound logistics and infrastructure, energy security, and all issues related to it, the capital needs to be certain that when they invest 1 billion, there's going to be a return on the investment, whether in the conditions of war or peace. If we want Ukrainian, Polish, or other entrepreneurs to have this environment secured, this is the right time to act. I believe that the entire free world will use their financial capacity to rebuild Ukraine, but it is going to be an experiment of an ultra-modern city, since the intellectual capital that they have is tremendous. I have deep respect to them. Many of those people work in Poland, including our Boryszew group. We have a number of Ukrainian people there, and the integration at the professional level between Poles and Ukrainians is very strong, especially recently, in recent years. So we look at you from the point of view of people who are very well prepared, who have excellent competences and knowledge, and I hope the war will end soon. But the rebuilding of Ukraine will require a vision that will be understood or clear for donors, those who will develop such a fund based on certain financial regimes that they are familiar with, and the efficiency of the administration. I worked in Poland in very good times, because when I started in 1989, Poland was not free from problems that Ukraine will have after the war. The advantage was that the Cold War ended, and we didn't have risks that we have right now, that Russia revealed by denouncing all the obligations and doing things that are unimaginable. I've never thought that my population, that my generation would live through such things, and my grandfather, who was familiar with the situation in Ukraine, always said that developing democracy in Russia was like growing bananas in the Arctic. He had a lot of experience with the East, because in the early 20th century he built roads in Georgia, and I was there 100 years afterwards. My grandfather knew Russia and Russian mentality, so I'm not surprised by the situation. This has always been fitted in the Russian imperialism, and at a certain stage it had to be there. Since I've been dealing with different businesses, Ukraine and Poland are classified as higher risk areas. Everyone investing, including financial institutions and banks, providing funding for investment. You can have the latest technology, but it's always a question of the assessment of risks, which then are translated into the cost of investment. This was the situation in Poland 30 years ago, and our program, which assumed the accession to the EU, something that Ukraine has applied for, which I believe is very important, and I'm certain that the EU will do much for the process to succeed. The process, nevertheless, is very complicated in terms of regulations, and it requires a lot of patience. Of course, in 1989, when we started, we wanted to join the European Union immediately. After years, we understood that joining at that time would not make sense. We would lose from the point of view of competition in all fields. On the way, we had a number of regulations that had to be implemented in the country. But the crisis situation has specific repercussions in different areas. It damages the banking system. As I heard, this has not been destroyed to a large extent, but this impulse of war will produce a lot of bad debts in banks. There's going to be the second part of my story. And this will require a plan at the central level to deal with such situations. The majority of companies that were real taxpayers in Ukraine would require assistance since they are destroyed beyond the recovery. In Poland, on the one hand, we had the monetary policy to strengthen the Polish zloty. I don't know what's the position of hryvnia, but I believe this is going to be one of the problems to be overcome. And the Agency for the Development of Industry as a satellite organization of the Ministry of Economy, and I had a chance to cooperate with consecutive ministers of economy in that period. We took the role of being an advocate of companies. I remember a very important law of 1993 or 1994 on the financial restructuring of banks and companies, and we had to restructure the debt of companies in crisis because of huge inflation and the crisis. We succeeded with the process, and for the next 15 years until Poland's accession to EU, the companies were able to reach a relevant competitiveness level. And after another act of the parliament was adopted, namely the act on the restructuring of companies of special significance for the labor market. It is also very important not to lose the labor market. The act enabled to restructure the debt again, and when we joined the EU in 2004, the indebtedness of Polish companies was significantly reduced, and we could apply all EU rules in the field of competition. There was no problem to make contacts, and then we could develop businesses in areas that we were specialists. Poland has the largest number of trucks because our geographic location predisposed us to develop this type of business, especially private business was very active there. My experience is the following. If today we don't have well-defined funds or a broad program, you should develop a comprehensive thinking about spending the funding available. And you need to be aware of one thing. You will never satisfy everyone. You will never be able to rebuild everything. The task of the government and the president, a brilliant and charismatic president, and I'm sure you will succeed under his leadership, you need to designate specific areas because of entrepreneurial spirit among Ukrainian people. They should have quick access to funding and the rebuilding. This suggests solutions which will focus on certain areas, those that we were able to apply since 1995. We are not able to introduce these solutions all over the country. We first created the economic zone in Mielec, then in Tarnobrzeg, and then 14 or 15 special economic zones, and they further developed in order to promote the development of particularly intellectually active areas in Poland to facilitate their access to funding. In the first Mielec Special Economic Zone, when it was established in 1995, from the first contact in the zone and to the beginning of building the first factory, it took 3 months only. 3 months only from the first visit to the beginning of the construction at the site. And all administrative decisions and permits were issued by the management of the Special Economic Zone. And you cannot centralize such components. In such zones, such areas, you need to make them, you need to empower such zones. This is very important regarding the permit for building, environmental permits. Of course, you need to respect certain components, something that the entire world is concerned about: climate, ecology, and environment. But because of from the administrative point, these decisions should be made at the level of a special economic zone. And when you move stage by stage, you increase the number of such zones, then you will reach high efficiency. Because now, when we still don't know the level of funding available and the way the system for the support of Ukraine will look like, on the other side, at the level of entrepreneurs, there should be the comprehensive thinking about the allocation of production. Some components will not be restored. You cannot restore the steel mill. In the Borishev group, there is Alchemia group, and they're into the steel industry business very much, and it's not possible to restore a large steel mill. Of course, there is a chance for people who built that steel plant, perhaps not in this location, perhaps somewhere else, because what applies to steel mill industry, you need to develop brilliant logistics, the Black Sea, roads and railway lines. But this dependency shows that the war did a lot of bad, and you need to eliminate everything that can be used by your enemy as a weapon. Today, energy is the weapon.
Perhaps it is more important as an element of the war than anything else. Everybody today has doubts in a situation where this element is in short supply. I believe that the matter of restructuring and energy cooperation between Poland and Ukraine is one of the gigantic opportunities. I've never been able to activate the line between Chmielnicki and Rzeszów, ever. The blame is not only to Ukraine, but also to Poland. The most important thing is for both the parties to be involved, right? Yes, that's the Polish proverb. I've never been able to activate this seemingly natural element of cooperation, all the more that as it comes to betting on green energy, which is a fundamental element in Poland of energy independence, the buffer stabilizing the energy system is either nuclear or Actually, nothing else. Wind energy perhaps, but it does not always blow. So the question of all these energy synapses between Ukraine and Poland should have been solved long ago. I know that there are some initiatives from Mr. Sasov as it comes to launching this. That's one of the elements. Another thing, logistics. It's been discussed today already, and I'm very glad that somebody has already appreciated the fact. More than 20 years ago, I initiated the building of a terminal at Sławków. The objective was something else. Back at that time, we wanted to shorten the transportway within or between China and the EU. However, this can be used as a rapid bridge. However, assistance is required from the railways. I used to work as a CEO during the transformation period for railways, so I know. This could be an element that can become the first common project. RHS is a side track in the structure of the international railways, so it will not be an EU project, it will be a Poland-Ukraine project, and it could be the first transport bridge that will change the logistics system of Ukraine, allowing us to meet the huge transportation needs with regards to grains. It'll be a standard. I'm trying to outline a general picture of the problems to come for you and problems that should be already discussed. A war is a war. Of course, it's a gigantic problem and a loss, but also a gigantic opportunity to build something modern, something pro-development. And the conditions for this to be built, well, there are many. Thank you. I need to tell you that when Arek was talking about opportunities, I recalled the first Baltic Business Forum 14 years ago. Ukraine was in crisis back then. There was the Orange Revolution happening at that time, and we were thinking about what slogan to adopt for the forum during a time of crisis, how to invite people to cooperate with Ukraine in such times. And we were proud of ourselves because we came up with the slogan, a crisis, new opportunities. Until the first panel was held with Aleksander Mocyk, he will be an online guest tomorrow as a representative of Energatom. He, in his first sentence, said that the Chinese came up with this idea long ago. The slogan says, crisis, new opportunities. Now, I would like to warn our colleagues from Ukraine that while building the new economy, they should always look at what is happening in Brussels and what life has in store for them. Because the special economic zones that Arek mentioned, that were created in 1990s, some of them had to be liquidated. Because right prior to our EU accession, it turned out that we did not comply with the public aid principles in the EU. We were in a dramatic situation. We could either withdraw permits for investors or we would not accede the EU. However, we found a solution to this problem. Remember then what life has in store for you in the EU when doing things. You better learn on our mistakes than repeat them. Jacek, the new economy. We can imagine the rebuilding of a building, the rebuilding of infrastructure or factories, but this cannot be done without entrepreneurs. You mentioned that the small and medium-sized enterprises sector is very important for the economy. I believe that the success of the Polish economy was actually determined by, first of all, the local government reform, and on the other hand, the sector of the small and medium-sized companies, which were springing up in 1990s, becoming bigger and bigger, more and more competitive globally. And this has always been a problem for Ukraine. Entrepreneurship. You cannot start a small and medium-sized business without finances. Finances is this blood circulation of the financial system, banking system. Banks need to be prepared for bad loans. Without loans, small companies will not be able to start businesses. How can the EU, how can the world prepare itself to the process of recovering, rebuilding the Ukrainian business? Yes, banks are facing problems. That is what is going to happen in the future. After the first quarter of the year, with half of the first quarter being a time of war, we can see that the reserves to be prepared by banks are almost equal in size to those that banks had to prepare for the COVID pandemic. Everything seems to suggest that this is just the beginning of the road. The bank sector results are at a level of 0 now, despite quite positive operational results. This shows that everything is being consumed by the reserves, and the reserves will be growing. The central bank, is it prepared? Well, it depends on the scale we are talking about. If, in fact, we could adopt the worst scenarios, I'm not sure anybody is prepared, because this would be like an Armageddon. But from the perspective of the European Central Bank and EU agendas, the job will be to support this process, to support the Central Bank of Ukraine in order to stabilize the hryvnia, the Ukrainian currency. Ukraine is under pressure. The pressure is now frozen. It is being released in a controlled manner as far as you can control it, but the divergence between the official exchange rate and the so-called money exchange rate, especially the released one in the cash operations and card operations, has reached from the level of a few hryvnia to 10 hryvnia. This shows the scale of challenges that life has in store for Ukraine, and financial institutions will have to involve in that too by creating capital buffers for Ukraine, by assisting its central bank in stabilizing the hryvnia. As it comes to commercial banks, here there are a number of paths to take. One was there before the war, which was worked out by the government of Ukraine to support small and medium-sized companies. It was called 579, which was a program based on the partial covering of interest costs, including a warranty variant of taking away the risk of the customer not repaying the loan from the bank. This will be needed, and at this, Ukraine will need help too, from the liquidity point of view, for example, but also from the point of view of sharing this risk between the Ukrainian government and by strong international institutions such as the World Bank or EBOR, although EBOR is probably more predestined to involve in this operation. This should be helpful. Apart from that, of course, governmental programs could play a role. When we are talking to colleagues from EBOR and others, the institutions are trying to prepare their own programs that will be analyzed by Ukrainian banks and realized by the banks later on. This is the most effective scheme for operations. An alternative is for EBOR to lend money directly. This would not be a good alternative, especially for smaller loans, the scale of which must be quite high. Accessibility, the points of accessibility need to be taken care of. They are working on these, and these are supposed to be programs that will not only offer liquidity for the loans to be granted, but also they are supposed to take a risk away from banks. Banks encumbered with bad debts will have capital burden on their shoulders. It'll be difficult, therefore, to convince foreign banks to invest. Without such instruments that will mitigate or help banks in sharing the cost of risk, it'll be difficult to run such a credit campaign on a full scale. Fortunately, it appears that both the Ukrainian government and international institutions are aware of that, and hopefully they will prepare such programs when the time comes. It's good that they have already started doing that. EBOR has already started to, so the waiting times might not be long. On the other hand, we are talking a lot about the readiness of Ukraine, how it'll be handling assistance, etc., but I would like to say that we need to consider whether we are ready and whether we know how we want to help Ukraine, because some of our own demons of the past in helping business might be transited to Ukraine. The war ending will not change much. Poland was hurt by risk too, and the limited instruments available. The risk, we expected the risk to be taken away from the businessmen in Poland, and this hurt us a lot. We have not always had the best knowledge of what our competitiveness was, actually. What would be the reason for Ukrainian roads to be built by Polish companies and not German and Turkish companies when the war ends? This was not happening before the war, so what should change in order for us to be able to do that? When you talk to our businessmen, they ask, who's going to find the right financial instruments for me? Who's going to help me take away the credit risk away from my company? The stakeholders are aware of that. They know they need a bigger scale of support. Maybe the palette of financial instruments for Polish businesses should be expanded. That would encourage them to take the risk. As you rightly put, every business there is the question of assessing the risk and whether you want to take on the risk or not. Very much so. Roman, I have one provocative question to you. We're not afraid to ask difficult questions or awkward questions during our Baltic Business Forum. One of the elements of the risk that is being raised in assessments of opportunities for working in the Ukrainian market is the problem of corruption. This problem was paid attention to by Ursula von der Leyen when talking about the EU program of assistance to Ukraine. We got to know many representatives of the Ukrainian administration. They are a new team of young people that have a different approach to many matters. I need to credit them with being a team who wants to avoid all these threats and is fighting corruption. How does it look at the level of an oblast, or at the local level? Can we cooperate with the young, well-educated people by adopting a new approach in rebuilding new Ukraine together? Is the problem of corruption one to overcome? Because still a lot of Polish entrepreneurs are paying attention to that fact during conversations, honestly put. Thank you for your question. Let me answer it this way. If you want me to speak frankly, it is practically impossible to fight corruption fully. Here, there is a war in all dimensions and everywhere. As it comes to the Ukrainian administration, everybody is talking about this, including the local governing team. It is not easy for me to talk about this because corruption is there. As it comes to investments, inter-regional cooperation, from my experience, I have not seen that. I can hear here and there that somebody was able to strike a deal through some kind of bribes, that medium level or lower level officials were involved. A lot is being spoken about this in various circles, but personally, I have not had such experience. It does exist. It is there. But the judicial system, unfortunately, is unable to tackle this problem fast enough. The Brussels officials are saying the same thing, and they are underlining that priority number one is for us to fight corruption. I need to stress one thing. Among those people that I'm in contact with, it's difficult to imagine a situation in which they are involved in bribery. A lot of people have died. There are lots of damaged buildings during the war. There's a huge psychological burden on us, and it's difficult for me to imagine such intrusion or an abuse of one's political position. I need to tell you that if that continues, if corruption still is present, we need to remember that after the war there will be a lot of situations in which there will be access to money, and the task number one will be to prevent corruption. Any blatant attempts to elicit money. Roman, thank you very much for what you said, because this is the picture of an experience, an outlook on a Ukrainian situation by a young, already experienced politician. During a conversation in the past about corruption in Ukraine, one owner of a global Polish company said that corruption was everywhere. I'm not going to tell you the name of the company, but he will be participating tomorrow during our Baltic Business Forum. And he said one thing: corruption is everywhere. They have a factory in Mexico, Russia, Ukraine, China, everywhere. And he said that corruption is everywhere. But in China, when they go to an official to handle something, that official will expect some kind of thanking gift, but that official knows that if he wants too much, then they won't come back to him to handle any other matter. On the other hand, if he takes the money and does not do his job, then they won't come at all to him. And if he is too much of a nuisance, they will move on to someone else. But there's another condition. The official knows that he will remain in the position. If there is a threat that, together with the next administration, all officials will change, even at the most local level, then what happens is the syndrome of 5 minutes. He knows that he just has 5 minutes to gather as much property as possible and does not feel himself obligated to tackle the issue, to handle the matter. That's not what I said. That's what an owner of a Polish global company said about his experience all around the world. What is important is to have a stable, competent staff, a staff that is committed and staff that is properly remunerated, staff that knows that will remain in the position during this administration, the next administration, and perhaps yet the next administration. It's in their interest to make sure that entrepreneurs in their localities will feel good. I'm addressing also Polish businesses who should know what they can encounter in Ukraine. Fighting Ukraine is important, but also you need to have allies. Now, I would like to say thanks to Romans of services who have helped us tackle one big issue of corruption at the border. We're going to meet Roman Waszuk, the ombudsman of Ukrainian businesses, during this Business Baltic Forum tomorrow. That's a new organization. He is a huge ally of Ukrainian businesses and Polish businesses in Ukraine as well. In this way, we have made it to the end of this panel. I would like to say thank you to all the panelists here. Roman, especially to you for making sure that in this difficult time in Odessa, you have made it to our meeting online. I hope we are going to meet during the Odessa Expo 2030 event. However, we hope that you will be able to personally come to the 15th edition of this event. Thank you to other panelists for your participation. And thank you, dear audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber has been looking for various ways to build a team of people and organizations who would like to participate in the process of rebuilding Ukraine. We're looking mainly in Poland, in European Union and elsewhere in Europe. And today we're going to sign an agreement on the cooperation between the Ukrainian Swiss Business Association and the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce and Green Cross Switzerland. It's a framework agreement describing goodwill of cooperation between our organizations and building joint projects. Poles are good in projects. Swiss people are good in managing funding. I'm not going to sign the agreement on our behalf. I'm just a deputy president of the chamber. Please organize a chair for Jacek and let me invite the representative of the Ukrainian Swiss Business Association.
Nie mam do końca pewności, czy będziemy mieli
And
połączenie
I'm
z
not certain whether we're going to have an online link to Green Cross Switzerland. It seems that we need a while for that. Your love, effort, and time that you gave to us, Ukrainians. Just as Jacek Piechota has said, we, Ukrainians, should rebuild Ukraine together with the rest of the world. And a part of this great world is also in Switzerland. Just as Mayor Alexander Sergei showed, they fought and just a couple of weeks ago, and now they are prepared to rebuild their city. Although I'm a Ukraine living in Switzerland, I remember 2014 and 2015, I was a war correspondent and I was there during the fighting. So I understand your emotions and I understand well what Alexander has told us today. When Russia launched the attack on Ukraine, the Ukrainian Swiss Business Association started fundraising and buying all things that were needed, and our Swiss partners, our members, and our board helped. And this is what we have continued. Today, it is our honor to sign this agreement with the Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce, because we believe that Switzerland, although it is a small country, it has a large financial investment and export potential and great experts. And we hope that this will help to rebuild Ukraine. We've started developing our plans and we started thinking about economic growth in Ukraine tomorrow. I would like to thank you very much for your contribution. Let me briefly tell you about our partners. One of our partners is the Association of Small Businesses in Switzerland. We've been cooperating with embassies, with large Swiss companies, and we hope that our cooperation will be fruitful. Thank you very much, and glory to Ukraine.
Hello, Switzerland. Hello, Switzerland. Did you hear me? Here is Świnoujście, Polish Davos. Baltic Davos. Hello.
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 We are still waiting for Martin Boimler. You need to let him in to the meeting.
Oh, you know, we have own schedule.
We are perfect. But Martin Boimler from Green Cross is still waiting to be invited to the meeting. He's in the waiting room.
Czeka w poczekalni.
Martin czeka w poczekalni Zooma.
Trzeba go potwierdzić.
Martin is waiting to be accepted to the meeting, to the Zoom meeting. So in the meantime, you know, you can put your signatures. There are a lot of pages to be signed, so let's not waste time. If the assistance is to be quick, you need to be quick as well.
Hello, Switzerland, Martin. Nazar, please.
Hello, Martin. We are just in process of signing, so please join us in signing. Symbolically, you sign, and then we will send you the rest of the documents with signatures.
Perfect.
Perfect, yes. So hello to everybody.
Hello, Martin. Świnoujście, Poland.
Hello, nice to meet you. You are
We are
far
waiting
away.
for your speech.
I have not prepared any speech, so thank you that we are in here. I see you in a far away. So we are here from Green Cross Switzerland, Patricia da Cruz and myself, and we prepared this contract to sign today. So we will do it only in a virtual way, and then it's sent by us to Switzerland. We will sign it and send it back to you. So I think the most important is today that we start this with signing, because our will of all three partners is really that we can help with the rebuilding of Ukraine, hopefully in a soon way after the end of this war that is unfortunately still going on. So this is my short introduction to you, and I give back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being with us. Thank you for preparation the common agreement. We will send it to Switzerland soon, and just tomorrow we have to start cooperation.
Absolute.
Thank you very much.
So how is working your forum? Hopefully everything is good. As you know, in these days in Switzerland, the World Economic Forum is also taking place, also with participation of Ukrainian people, especially the Klitschko brothers were physically there in Switzerland in Davos. And also President Mr. Zelensky was on a video speech today. So also in Switzerland, we are very active. Myself, we were not included in this WEF, but we see what goes on there. So what is about your forum? Everything is okay?
We are also discussing about Ukraine, about reconstruction of Ukraine, about European perspective of Ukraine. And we can say that we are in a beautiful place. It is Świnoujście city on a border with Germany. And we can say that it is Polish Davos or Baltic Sea Davos compared to Davos. The best to Switzerland, the best to Davos, the best to Świnoujście, and of course the best to Ukraine.
Yes, best of.
Dziękuję bardzo. Szanowni Państwo, dziękujemy
Thank
za
you
Państwa
very much.
wytrzymałość
Thank
i
you
zrozumienie.
for your patience and understanding the very elevated moment. Jacek usually signed contracts with sad men. For the first time, he signed the agreement with a woman. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first historical agreement with a Western partner. We were indicated as the Chamber of Commerce in the forefront. We count on our cooperation with our friends from the West, everything for Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine and all the best. And we'd like to meet you here at 8 o'clock in this room. This is going to be rearranged and
Future Processing Ukraine. Great software, because we put people first. Join us.
Here in the metropolis, I have discovered my world. Knowledge, which you can wisely use. Good workers. Local, delicious ideas with global range. Great dreamers, whose dreams come true. Lots of new space. Great investors. That there's still so much to discover.
What if the future surprised us? What might the future hold for transport, cities, and energy? Every day, our people imagine them and create them to shape the world of tomorrow. With imagination, ingenuity, ambition, and expertise, we work side by side with our clients all around the world, from design to operation, helping everyone to live comfortably, move freely, and breathe more easily. Together, we can imagine. Together, we can create. Together, we can achieve a sustainable future.
Uznam to wyspa na Bałtyku, na której terenie leżą dwa państwa – Polska i Niemcy. Znajdują się tu liczne miejscowości wypoczynkowe i uzdrowiskowe. Zarówno polska, jak i niemiecka część wyspy obfituje w liczne atrakcje, spośród których każdy znajdzie coś dla siebie. Polska część wyspy Uznam to miasto Świnoujście, kraina 44 wysp, których różnorodność i wyjątkowość można odkrywać przez cały rok. To wypoczynek klasy premium z szeroką ofertą dla rodzin i najmłodszych. To okno na świat. Promami możemy dopłynąć do Skandynawii, a kolejką UBB, rowerem lub pieszo w kilka chwil dotrzemy do kurortów po niemieckiej stronie wyspy Uznam. Albeck, Heringsdorf i Bansin, czyli cesarskie uzdrowiska, to piękne letniskowe wille, nadmorskie promenady i wchodzące wprost do morza mola. Łagodny klimat i nasycone jodem mocno słone powietrze, idealne na regenerację i nabycie naturalnej odporności. Atrakcyjne hotele i sanatoria, oferty wellness i spa, tężnie salonkowe i wykwalifikowana kadra fizjoterapeutów zadba o zdrowie i dobre samopoczucie wypoczywających. Uznam, to raj dla miłośników natury. Znajduje się tu park krajobrazowy wyspy Uznam, rezerwaty, liczne jeziora otoczone lasami i parki, które zachwycą wszystkich, którzy chcą odpocząć na łonie przyrody. Uznam to miejsce, które oferuje moc niezapomnianych wrażeń dla całej rodziny. Na fanów pieszych i rowerowych wycieczek czeka transgraniczna promenada i doskonale rozbudowana sieć dróg i szlaków rowerowych wynosząca ponad 140 km. Uznam to 40 km piaszczystych i szerokich plaż, co oznacza więcej przestrzeni, komfortu, swobody i bezpieczeństwa. to Wyspa Słońca. Ze wszystkich nadbałtyckich miejsc to tutaj dzień trwa najdłużej, a woda w morzu osiąga temperaturę 24–25 stopni Celsjusza. Uznam, to raj dla biegaczy. Liczne trasy biegowe pozwalają poznawać ją z zupełnie innej perspektywy. Wyspa Uznam jest idealnym miejscem dla wielbicieli sportów. Kitesurferzy, windsurferzy, fani żeglarstwa czy kajakarstwa spędzą tutaj niezapomniane chwile. Uznam to również twierdza na wyspach, Fort Anioła, Fort Zachodni, Muzeum Peenemünde, czy na sąsiedniej wyspie Fort Gerarda to unikatowe w skali europejskiej zabytki, a szlak forteczny zaprowadzi nas w wyjątkowe historycznie i przyrodniczo miejsca. Uznam, to wyspa możliwości.
Here in the metropolis, I feel that I'm not alone, that I'm at home, that I'm special. I feel so proud that I can make it. I feel so free that I'm me, that I'm alive. Metropolis, I feel that I'm part of it.
What is future processing Ukraine for me? Well, it's basically not only a business, not only a workplace. It's definitely my child that I created from scratch. when I was entrusted by Future Processing to create a business in Ukraine. It's also a realization of a long dream to create something about Polish-Ukrainian business cooperation with a slight component of education as well. It is definitely now a place where people from Ukraine can cooperate with people from Poland, with people from other European countries, implementing some modern ideas, but also, and I think it's the most important component, it's a community of friends working together. Join us!
Future Processing Ukraine. Great software, because we put people first. Join us.
Here in the metropolis, I'm looking for high challenges, crazy thrills, hidden treasures, and those undiscovered deep underground, new tunes, which harmonize people. Fair winds, my own Central Park. The good taste, myself, the metropolis, I found it.